All right, welcome. Again, my name is Katrina Farley, and I work with and have worked with the Indiana Public Retirement System for nearly 20 years. So hopefully, eventually, I'll be sitting in the room watching presentations all day as well. So what I'm going to talk with you about today, of course, is the retirement benefit that the state provides, and little information about who we are. We have more than 467. It's actually up over 507,000 members now. That slide is a little outdated, from over 1,200 public employers. The state of Indiana is our largest employer, but we also have counties, cities, towns, public school corporations, hospitals, and even universities who report to NPERS. So maybe you've spent your entire career working with the state, and maybe you've kind of bounced around with multiple employers to accumulate your PERF benefit. On the right-hand side, you'll find the funds that we manage, PERF being our largest, followed by the teachers plan. Any former public Indiana school teachers? One at least. So any service you earn as a PERF or as a TURF member, that is going to be included with your PERF service. You receive one pension for all of the service combined. So what we hope to accomplish today when we leave here, I hope that you have a better understanding of your PERF benefit, and that you gain an understanding as well of the options that you're going to have to choose from when you're ready to complete that retirement application. And finally, we'll talk about how and when to apply for those retirement benefits. All right, so the big question you need to answer: which plan am I in? I have a gut feeling that probably 99 to 100% of you are in our hybrid plan. That's the original plan. If you hired on and you've not made any moves since 2013, you're hybrid. That's without a doubt, because the other plan is My Choice Retirement Savings, which was not created until 2013. So if you hired on before that, you didn't even have the chance to be in My Choice. Do we have anyone who is without a doubt certain that they are My Choice? At least one. Okay. Oh, two at least. Three maybe. All right. So I'll cover both of those today. We got one in the far back as well. So with the hybrid plan, that's got two parts. It's got the defined benefit, and that's where you must work at least 10 years in a covered position to be eligible. And separately, it has a defined contribution, which is really a savings account that you accumulate throughout your career, and you're always vested in that defined contribution. With the My Choice plan, it has two contribution types. And I always hate to say the word, it only has a defined contribution component, but that's only because I think only can seem negative, but it's certainly not in this case. So the My Choice plan has a fixed contribution and a variable rate contribution because it does not have the pension component. So you're receiving a higher contribution to your defined contribution account in lieu of receiving a pension. So NPERS has actually 6 different types of retirement. 4 of those are listed here on this slide. We'll talk about all 6, but we'll cover the other 2 a little later. So disability and survivor retirement. It's my hope that you're not going to need to take advantage of either of those 2 types, but I do think it's important that you have an understanding of what those are in the event you or a loved one does. So we're going to cover those in more detail on the next slide. Our more common types of retirement would include the early retirement option. Early retirement is paid with a reduced pension benefit. And then our normal retirement type, and that is paid with a full benefit. Now remember, these are only associated with that hybrid plan because this is relating to the defined benefit. So the 2 parts again, defined benefit, defined contribution, and we're going to go into detail about those. We're going to talk about the options that you'll have to choose from when you complete the application. So disability, as promised, we're going to spend just a little bit here on these 2 types. Disability is the only type of retirement we offer for hybrid plan members. where they don't have to be vested. So you don't have to earn 10 years of service to be eligible for disability. A member does need to earn at least 5 years, and they must also be deemed disabled by the Social Security Administration. The onset date of their disability must occur while they're actively working in a PERF-covered position. The application is exactly the same for disability as it is with an early or a normal benefit. Survivor benefits. This comes up often when I meet with members individually to talk about their retirement. So those members who are close to retirement, just not sure what they're going to do. One of their biggest concerns is what happens if I pass away before I apply for my pension? Here I am eligible to receive it, but I want to keep working for whatever the reason. Their biggest concern is that their loved one wouldn't receive anything if they don't apply. The good news, I guess, is that state government has a law in place that requires INPERS to pay your PERF pension to your surviving spouse. That assumes you're vested with at least 10 years and that you've been married for at least 2. All right, so they would receive a pension for the rest of their life if you pass before applying. Looking at the 2 parts, remember we're still on the hybrid plan. The defined benefit, we've talked about the fact that that's a lifetime monthly benefit to you once you meet the age and service requirements. This account is fully funded by your employer. Whether you worked with the county, city, town, state, the employer must pay for the pension. It's nothing you've ever paid for or even been able to make any contribution toward. The contributions that the employer pays, those don't go into your account. Rather, they go into a large pension fund. We have a team that manages and invests that account so that we can be sure we have the money available to pay those future pension benefits. So with that said, you do not have a pension balance. So we're going to use a state-defined calculation to determine how much your benefit will be. And that calculation we're going to look at in detail in just a little bit, but just know that it takes into consideration your age at the time of retirement, the salary and service you earn throughout your career, and finally, which of our 5 pension options you choose. All right, so that is the pension part. The defined contribution. This account is made up of a mandatory 3% contribution. As state employees, the state pays that 3% for you. It does not come out of your paycheck. So the state funds everything that's required for your pension and your defined contribution. The balance you accumulate in this account always belongs to you. So if you work here 1 day, 1 year, or 50 years, anything that's in that account, that is all your money. We don't offer loans or hardship withdrawals. So while you're actively working, in most cases, you're not able to access this balance. There is an exception to that rule, and I'll talk about Senate Bill 10 a little later in the presentation. You may also make voluntary contributions to your defined contribution account. So at PERF, this is the part you could contribute to. You don't have to, it is voluntary. You may make voluntary contributions up to 10% of your gross wages. These contributions will be made on a post-tax basis. So if you're looking for a pre-tax option, that's when you would want to look over at Hoosier Start. All right, you control how this account is invested. You can change your investment allocation as often as you would like. You can do that by calling our office or logging into your secure account at myinpersretirement.org. All right, let's talk about eligibility. So when am I eligible under the hybrid plan for my pension? Normal retirement eligibility would require that you're 65 or older and that you've earned at least 10 years of service. You could earn this pension at a younger age by accruing more years. So for members who are 60 or older and they've earned at least 15 years, they also qualify for the full benefit. Finally, that rule of 85. It's crazy to me to hear how many people think rule of 85 is the only way to retire, that you have to get 85 points. You don't. You could retire with option 1 or 2. The third option is just available to those members who want to retire at a younger age. So for anyone who's between the ages of 55 and 59, if you can take your age, add that to your years of service, and the sum is 85 or more, you qualify for a full pension benefit. It's important to know that your age and your service, those are calculated in both years and months. So a member might be 55 and a half and have 29 and a half years of service. Those 2.5 years add together to equal 1 point. The member meets the rule of 85. Once you meet one of these requirements, and I don't think just the simple fact that you're here today, that this would happen to anyone in the room, but once you meet one of these 3 and you're no longer working in a covered position, it's in your best interest to go ahead and apply. So don't leave state government and think, I'm going to apply for my pension in a couple of years, maybe when I apply for Social Security or, some other reason. When you leave, apply for the benefit if you meet full requirements. Because once you leave state government or PERF employment, your pension benefit is frozen. And that's going to make more sense when we look at the calculation. By waiting a few years to get that started, it does not mean you're going to receive more. All right. Another retirement type is that early retirement option. That is available to members who are between the ages of 50 and 59, and they've earned at least 15 years of service. So NPERS would calculate your full pension. We're going to take that amount then and multiply it by what I call an age reduction factor. So the earliest age would be 50. That member would receive 44% of their full pension. And they're going to receive that same 44% every month for the rest of their life. So once the benefit starts, it does not increase due to your age. It is possible, if you're between 50 and 59, you can increase what your ultimate pension benefit is by simply delaying the start. So if you resign at 50, you might wait until you're 51 because it would go up by 5%. All right. The other 2 types of retirement I mentioned earlier are Millie Morgan and elected officials. These 2 types allow you to continue working in your same position while also receiving your pension. For the other types of retirement we talked about, early and normal, you would need to have a clear separation of employment. You couldn't just keep on working or have any intent to keep working in a covered position. With these 2 types, though, you can get your pension started while still working in covered employment. For a Millie Morgan, you must be 70 or older and have earned at least 20 years of service. If you're eligible for Millie Morgan, I encourage you to call our office and at least have a conversation, a one-on-one session, to learn more about Millie Morgan and whether you should get that started now or wait until you do stop working. Elected officials, any member who is in an elected position, if they are 55 or older, and again have earned 20 or more years of service, they too could begin receiving their pension. So remember, these folks do not have to stop working to start their pension benefit. For all other types, you do have to have a separation, and we're going to talk more about reemployment in just a moment. For now, I want to look more closely at that defined benefit or that pension formula. Remember, just to recap, the pension is funded by your employer. The contributions they make every pay period, they don't go into your account, they go into that general pension fund. We manage and invest that. We're going to use this calculation to determine how much your benefit will be. So we're going to take your average salary multiply it by your years and months of service, and multiply it by 1.1%. This will give us an annual pension benefit. Of course, if you were to divide that by 12, you could see what you might receive on a monthly basis. And the reason I say might receive is because remember, it's also going to take into consideration which of the pension options you choose. So you could increase this monthly amount or decrease it depending on your pension selection. At the bottom, I always like to take just a minute and look at the first two examples. They do have the same final average salary of $30,000. But you'll notice in that second example, the member has earned 25 years of service, where in the first, they're retiring with 20. For those additional 5 years earned, the member is going to receive approximately $140 more every month for the rest of their life. The number of people who come across the street and meet with me and say, here's where I stand today. What happens if I work another year or 2 or maybe 5 or 7? I'll always direct them back to this equation. You can plug in however many years of service to see how that changes your benefit based on your average salary. Now, the pension is paid on the 15th of each month, and it is taxable income because remember, it's provided by the state. So if you want, we can withhold those taxes for you on a monthly basis. We're able to withhold for federal, state, and or local county tax. Taxes are something that you'll want to talk with a tax advisor about or give it your best shot and make a change later. You can always change your tax withholding amounts. And finally, it is paid as a direct deposit. So you'll want to be sure that you have your banking information handy when you're ready to complete that retirement application. We can deposit into a checking or a savings account, but we can't divide the benefit and put it into 2 separate accounts. All right, let's look at that average salary. How do we calculate an average salary? For PERF members, we are going to use your 20 highest completed quarters. The word completed is omitted from this slide, and it's probably the most important part of the definition. 20 highest completed quarters in groups of 4 consecutive quarters over your entire PERF career. I know many state employees recently received a pay increase, and they all want to know, how does that change my pension? Truthfully, for the members I met with over the summer to complete an application, they're retiring, maybe last day worked was in November, maybe it's mid-December. That pay increase has nothing to do with their pension benefit because they have to complete a quarter for those earnings to be included. So December 31 will be the first time that we've collected any part of that pay increase, and that 1 quarter then will replace the lowest quarter we're using. So quarter by quarter, you're going to be bumping up that average salary and growing that pension benefit. Remember, we multiply it by your years of service. Earning service, you're probably all familiar with how you're doing that, but for every month you work at least 1 day, you're earning that full month of service. All right, so I get folks who come in and say, I started January 27th, so I'm gonna have to work until January 27th, right? And that answer is no, because you earned a whole month for that January. So in December, even though technically you've not been with us a year, you've earned a year of service because you've worked at least 1 day in 12 months. That's 1 year of service. So we earn service differently than the way you earn it with SPD for bonus time and things like that. You may also have service added or perhaps need to have service added for an approved paid or even unpaid leave of absence. Pregnancy leave, sabbatical, adoption leave, any type of leave that you've had. If you don't see that reported at NPERS, give us a call. So you can call our toll-free number. They're there 12 hours a day. 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and they can certainly assist with helping you evaluate eligibility and give you the next steps you'll take to have that service added to your NPERS account. If you've served in the military, that too could be added to your account for free. Again, give our office a call. If anyone in here ever left covered employment for a period and then came back, when you left, because you had a separation of service, you were eligible to access that defined contribution account. If you took distribution, when you return, what we're going to do is add the service you had previously earned back into your account. So that should happen automatically, but in the event it doesn't, give our office a call. We'll go in, take a look, and credit you with any service that was previously withdrawn. All of that counts toward eligibility, and it's used in the calculation of your pension. So I highly recommend giving us a call. If you don't have service that can be added for free, we do offer an option to purchase. To purchase service, you must be actively employed in a PERF covered position, because we're going to use your current salary to help calculate the cost of the purchase. You can buy service if you've ever worked out of state, maybe in a similar position, reporting to that state's retirement system. If you've taught in a private school, that too could be purchased. Substitute teaching is eligible as well. If you have military that we're not able to add for free, you could buy up to 2 years. That assumes you served on active duty for at least 6 months and you received an honorable discharge. And then finally, additional service. Additional service is also known as airtime. With airtime service, you do need to be vested before you're eligible to buy this type. So you must earn 10 years. Then you can buy 1 year of service for every 5 years you've earned. So immediately upon vesting, you would be eligible to buy up to 2 years of service. Some people want to buy service just simply to get them to the magic 85. Some want to buy it because they're 60 with 14 years. If they were 60 with 15, they would meet full retirement eligibility. So some buy it for eligibility reasons. Others buy it just to increase their pension benefit. Now, there's no beating around the bush. It can be very expensive to buy service, depending on how close you are to retirement. If you've already met retirement eligibility, actually the cost of it goes down significantly. But if you're trying to meet eligibility requirements to start your benefits early, it's going to be pretty expensive, maybe even tens of thousands of dollars. We do have calculators on both our public and our secure sites. You can go in and determine the cost of purchasing service. If you want to buy that, go ahead, reach out to our member advocate team, and they can get you an official invoice where you can make payments or roll money over to make your purchase. All right, we talked earlier about Millie Morgan and elected officials. Remember, those are the folks who don't have to stop working in order to start their pension. For all other retirements, if you're looking to reemploy with a PERF or even a TURF covered employer, please know that you must have a 30-day separation. That 30-day separation will begin with your retirement date. So what's my retirement date? In my world, I have 2 words relating to retirement. One is my resignation date. Some people call that separation date, last day in pay, last day of work, last day in prison, whatever you might call that. It's the last day you show up for your employer. Your retirement date is going to be the first day of the month following that last day of service. So if my last day is December 5th, my retirement date, January 1st. If my last day is February 1st, my retirement date, March 1st. Always the first of the month following. I'll need to wait 30 calendar days from that retirement date or the first of the month after before returning to a PERF or a TURF covered employer. I also cannot have any agreement, whether that's verbal, nonverbal, any intent to reemploy with a covered employer. If I do and I earn income from PERF and then they find out, they're going to come and take all that money back. And those are literally the worst calls that we have to make. So be sure that you're kind of keeping your nose clean, have good, clean separation. If you come back, you come back. It happens. You probably sit next to someone who is already getting their pension and they've come back. It's possible. Just make sure that you take the right steps before doing so. If you want to reemploy in the private sector, by all means, you can do that immediately. There's no separation required. And in neither case do you have an earnings limitation. So you could earn $1 million in your new position, all while receiving your pension benefit. No requirement to pay anything back to us. The reason we bring this up, and you'll probably hear when Social Security speaks, they do have some limits. I don't understand their limits. I've never even taken the time to try to figure it out. So obviously get that information from Social Security and don't come to us for that. All right, so still on the hybrid plan. Now, what can I do with those two parts? We're going to look first at the pension or that defined benefit. Remember, that's your benefit. You're going to receive 15th of the month for the rest of your life. That's true no matter how old you are when you retire, no matter which option you choose, no matter how long you live. It is a lifetime benefit to you. The number one question we get relating to the pension is, which option do most people pick? I honestly don't have data to support an answer to that question. And honestly, when you get looking at your financial situation, you're going to realize that everyone is a little bit different. Sometimes we have single pension, single guaranteed benefit income homes. Sometimes we have double income retirement, maybe 2 state employees. Maybe you have life insurance you've purchased that's going to cover when you pass. Maybe you have a disabled child that you need to protect when you're gone. So there are so many different reasons why people choose the options they choose. So think about how much you're going to need and if you need to leave it for someone else. Is this money that you absolutely have to live on, or is it some money that you want to leave on? So the 5 options we have with the pension. The first 2 are considered single life options. That's because it only takes you into consideration when calculating that benefit, because we're only required to pay you for the rest of your life. With the 5-year certain in life, if you took your average salary, multiplied it by your years of service, multiplied that by 1.1%, you would see what you would receive with the 5-year certain in life option. It will pay you that benefit every month for the rest of your life. When you pass, we're going to look to see how long did they receive that pension. The big question we're trying to answer, did they receive it at least 5 years? If you did, all payments will stop upon your death. If you didn't receive this benefit for at least 5 years, we pay the remainder of just those 5 years to your beneficiaries. You could name one person, multiple people, a place, or a thing as your beneficiary. Straight life is going to pay you the maximum, so it's a way to increase the amount you receive each month. With this option, you receive it for the rest of your life, and when you pass, no matter how many payments you received, the benefit does stop. So it's only a payment to you, no payments due to beneficiaries with a straight life pension option. The next 3 are the survivor benefits. The percentage you see is you deciding what percent of your benefit you want your survivor to receive every month for the rest of their life after you pass away. So with that 100% survivor option, that is obviously the maximum amount to your survivor, which means it's the minimum amount to you. They receive 100% of what you had been. The 2/3 provide you a little more because they're going to receive 2/3 of what you had been. 50% is the maximum of those 3 for you, because when you pass, your survivor gets the minimum benefit or 50% of what you had been receiving. Lifetime benefit to them when you pass away. When they pass, of course, that would stop. They can't transfer that on to anyone else. A survivor can only be one person. It doesn't have to be a spouse. You could name a child if you wanted, or a grandchild, or a friend. I'll put my info in the back. You can name me. You can name anyone as your survivor. Just remember that their age and life expectancy will be used in the calculation of your benefit. So if they're significantly younger than you, you're probably going to receive less as a result. And even you're going to lose some of these options. If it is a child, they're not going to be able to do the 100%. And oftentimes it'll even eliminate the 2/3. So with a child, you may only be able to do that 50% option. Now, there may come a time during retirement that you have a want or a need to change your pension option. Please know that you can change your pension option. You can do that at any time in retirement, so there's no deadline, and you can do it for any or no reason at all. If you choose a survivor benefit, that survivor predeceases you, give us a call. We'll get you a new estimate, and you could jump up to the straight life option, or you might want to name a new survivor. Social Security integration. So actually has nothing to do with Social Security, or little to nothing to do. Social Security integration is what I call an add-on option. So you choose this in combination with one of the first 5. What it does is it allows you to receive a higher pension benefit from PERF, and you do that every month until you turn age 62. At 62, the benefit you've been receiving from PERF, that's going to be reduced by the amount you could get by applying for Social Security. It'll stay at that reduced amount every month for the rest of your life. So it's a good idea to get a copy of your Social Security estimate, locate that age 62 amount, plug that into our calculator to see what would my benefit be before age 62, and then more importantly, what will it be after age 62? Social Security integration is an irrevocable election. You cannot change that once you start receiving your benefits. All right, let's look at those calculations. So this is our secure site. This is where you would go to log in, enter your username and password, or register that if you've not done so. This is where you're going to find the application and calculators link. So it's out under overview. You can go out, use the calculators, and just kind of get an idea of what your benefit would be. Or if you're ready to complete the application, you'll click that link as well. We're first going to look just at the calculator. So when you're in the secure account, you're going to have these options available. Here at the bottom are those service credit purchase calculators. Feel free to use those to see if you want to buy service. We'll talk about MetLife annuity calculator in just a minute. And then at the top, the PERF and TURF benefit estimate calculators. That's where you'll go to calculate your pension benefit. If you're on the secure site, this taps into our database. So it's going to pull in your years of service, your age, your current average salary. So the people who call and are like, well, what's my current average? You can go right here and see what your current average is. Careful. So here is what it will calculate for you. This is what a benefit estimate would look like. In that first column, you see the 5 pension options we talked about. In the second column is your benefit based on each of those options. Obviously, this is just a sample, not for anyone listening today. So this member is under the age of 62. If they were over 62, we couldn't do Social Security integration. But you'll notice that instead of receiving $1,413 with that 5-year certain in life option, before they're 62, they could receive $2,366.19. Now, when they turn 62, whether they apply for Social Security or not, we're going to take that $2,366.19 and we're going to subtract whatever that age 62 amount is on their Social Security estimate. In this example, it's $1,300. So you'll find very quickly, we don't add $1,300 to the normal benefit. You'd be up over $2,700 if we did that. Instead, it's an actuarially calculated amount. This member would get about $950 more a month until they turn 62. But then it's reduced by $1,300. And that's how you're quote unquote paying it back. Now, you may never pay it back. You might pass away before you do that. We do not go after your loved ones to collect any benefit. So it would just stop. All right. So let's talk about the defined contribution. So in the same application, you're going to tell us what to do with this savings account that you've accumulated. You're going to want to think about things like, do I need to eliminate, prevent, or reduce my debt? Do I want to have accessibility to cash later, maybe for traveling or emergencies? Or do I want to supplement my pension and get the highest possible monthly income I can for the rest of my life? So I told you earlier that you cannot touch this money as long as you're actively working, but there was an exception to that rule, and that exception, Senate Bill 10. So it is possible while you're actively working and contributions are coming in, if you're 59 and a half or older and you meet full retirement eligibility, you could access all or part of your defined contribution balance without separating, without applying for the pension. We do ask that you consider both the tax and retirement consequences with taking an early distribution before doing so. If you want a distribution, you can go online to your secure account and request that, or you can call our office. That wouldn't be something you would schedule an appointment for. In fact, those of us who do those appointments, we don't even have the roles or access to make the distribution. Whatever balance is there when you complete the retirement application, you're going to have these options to choose from. You could defer. You don't have to do anything with this balance when you start the pension. You can leave it in the account and let it set for any period of time. It is still invested and you're controlling those investments. When you want access to all or part of it, you give us a call or go online and request that. You could think of it like a savings account at your bank. Annuitization. So if you want to buy an annuity, that's where you purchase a second monthly benefit. So then you're getting your pension from us and your annuity currently being paid by MetLife. So you could turn the balance of your account, all or part of it, into a guaranteed lifetime monthly benefit. They'll allow you to purchase an annuity with or without a cash refund, and you could do a straight life or a survivor annuity. I'll talk more about that in a minute. The annuity is taxed at just like your pension. So we can withhold taxes if you want. You tell us how much to withhold. Lump sum distribution is where you say pay all or part of the balance directly to me. That arrives about 30 days after your retirement date as a direct deposit. We are required to withhold 20% of that for federal taxes. No matter your age, no matter your income bracket, we have to withhold 20%. If you want, we can also withhold your state and county tax as well. You may also choose to set up what's called a systematic withdrawal plan. That's where you have more flexibility. You tell us how often to send you money from the account. Do you want us to send it every month, every quarter, every 6 months, or just once per year? You tell us too how many years to do that. So an annuity is only paid monthly. We don't get to choose that frequency, but an annuity is forever. A systematic withdrawal plan, that's for as long as you tell us. We're going to keep reducing your balance by those payments. Once the balance is zero, the payments would stop. Rollover, you could roll this balance over to an outside IRA or a qualified plan. Would need to be a traditional IRA because this is taxable money, but you could do a rollover and do that tax-free or split the balance. I've kind of talked all along about how you could do all or part. Maybe you want to buy an annuity with 70%, take out 10% as a lump sum and defer the remaining 20%. That would be a possibility. So the MetLife annuity, you can log into your secure account, or again, on our public site, you can gain access to MetLife. Don't go to metlife.com. Be sure that you go through one of our portals. Otherwise, you may not get the same calculation. This is what it would look like in our application if you said you wanted to buy an annuity, you can do it just to see the numbers. You're not locked into buying one, but it'll provide you with your dollar amounts based on each of the options. So here you see straight life and 100% survivor. We also have the 2/3 survivor and the 50%. It's just a lot of information to put on one slide. Without the cash refund means pay me a little more and MetLife will be my beneficiary. So when I pass, if there's money left that I didn't get, MetLife gets to keep that. They're paying me a little more every month because they're my beneficiary. If I choose to buy with the cash refund, I'm going to get a little less every month. But if there's money left, I get to tell you who to pay that to. That money would then go to my loved ones. So my choice for the members we have in this plan, we've talked about the fact that it has 2 contributions. So hybrid members can kind of take a breather here. My choice members, you have the mandatory 3% going into your defined contribution. All of that belongs to you no matter how long you work. You cannot tap into that though, just like hybrid members, we do not offer loans or hardship withdrawals. The other part is the variable rate currently from July 1 this year until June 30, 23, it's paying 3.7%. Again, it's funded by the employer and the amount you receive of that contribution, that's determined by your years of participation in the My Choice plan. It is cliff vesting, so you must complete the year to be eligible for the next amount. After 1 year of service, you're entitled to 20% of that 3.7% contribution on up to the 5-year vesting. So after 5 years, people always want to say, what happens when I make it to 5 years? Nothing. The state still pays the contribution just the way they have been. You're just growing that balance. And when you leave, you're eligible for everything in the account. There's Senate Bill 10 we've talked about, also applies to this plan, but you do need to be 62 or older. And if you want to buy an annuity, maybe you want to purchase yourself a lifetime monthly benefit, you could, but you should be 62 or older with at least 5 years to do that. You may also take the balance as a lump sum minus taxes. You can roll it over to a financial institution tax-free. And we do not have on this slide, but they may also do the systematic withdrawal plan. So you may apply for your benefits once you are within 6 months of both your age and service requirements. If you are further out than that, you won't see normal retirement as an option, and people get a little confused by that. So be sure you're within 6 months. And please note that it does take about 90 days for us to process the benefit. So the ideal situation is that you do apply while you're still working and still earning regular income. You get that application to us online at least 3 months before you retire. Now, you can change your mind. You can complete an application today and then go in tomorrow and cancel it. It's like it never happened. We don't tell anyone that you've applied. So it's kind of like Vegas. So go ahead, get that application in. If you kind of think maybe I'm going to retire in April, now would be the time to do that application. If March rolls around, you change your mind, just cancel it. All right. You can access that at your secure account, mynpersretirement.org. If you need help registering the account, locating the application, or even completing the application, don't hesitate to reach out. We are there to help you complete the application. You can call our toll-free number. You may schedule an appointment. You can go online on our public site, find our calendar, schedule an appointment. We do appointments in person. We are all over the state of Indiana. I know folks in here today aren't all from the Indianapolis or Marion County area. We are all over the state. We have people just like me cloned, and they are there to help you in Allen County, Vanderburgh County, Lake County, Jackson County. They are everywhere to help you complete your retirement application if your preference is in person. So don't feel like you have to drive hours to reach someone. You may also do those by Teams. So we're all familiar as state employees with Microsoft Teams. We can do a video appointment. In fact, it's my preference. I can share my screen with you. I can give you access, total control, and you can complete the application while I'm there just to walk you through it. If you're meeting in person, one of us are actually completing the application. You're just telling us what to enter, or you can do it by phone. Some folks are comfortable just getting it done by phone. No need to see one another or see the application. You will get a confirmation summary of what was submitted, and I encourage that you review that so that we don't mess up. But you want to take a look because it's your retirement and important to you. So feel free to sign up for one of those appointments. You can also attend workshops. This same presentation, essentially, we do it every Wednesday at 1 and 5, and that is by Microsoft Teams. So if you want to hear the material once again, or twice, or 3 more times, feel free to sign up as many times as you need. So the application, you will just basically click Get Started, and it'll walk you through. This is a cheat sheet to help you determine when you should apply for your benefits based on your retirement date. So I mentioned right now we are working with those retirements April 1st. So if you're retiring before that and you've not submitted, get that submitted as soon as you can. You can go in and change it, cancel it, whatever you need to do. But getting it in that first time is what sets your place in line. If you need to change it after that, you don't get moved. It'll stay in the same place. All right, so you'll want to submit before the end of December, which would be by January 1st, in order to have an April 1 retirement. If you're retiring January 1 and you still need to complete your application, just do it. Remember, though, we may not get you paid until April, but we will pay you back. You're not going to lose any benefit. All right, next, obviously, talk with a financial advisor, tax expert. Give us a call if you need help. Make sure you have everything you need with you when you're ready to complete the application: tax withholding information, banking info, social security numbers, dates of birth, addresses, so on, for your beneficiaries or survivor. Here is the way to contact us if you need us. We are here and happy to help, so feel free to reach out if we can help complete the application or just answer questions for you specifically. So I'm going to give it, I did run over by a couple minutes, but I'm going to give it just a few minutes here. If you have questions, feel free to ask those now. And then I'm going to turn it over. I think Greg is up next, and I'm going to stay and listen to Greg because I want to hear that information as well. We have a question in the back. Great question. Yep. That's a great question. So her question was, based on my retirement date, when am I, basically by state law, entitled to my first pension? So if your last day is, say, December 15th, your retirement date is January 1, you're entitled to your first pension January 15. You're entitled on the 15th of the month in which you retire. Remember, retire is the first of the month following your last day of service. So if we miss that January 15, obviously, if you're applying today, we're going to miss that. We'll get you paid maybe March, April timeframe, probably April based on our calendar, and we're going to pay you back. So you'll collect all those benefits. That very first deposit, it just kind of shows up, because what we know is we should have paid you January 15, and for whatever the reason, we're late. So if we get it finalized on, say, April 2nd, we're going to pay you on April 2nd for everything you're due. And then it'll be the 15th of every month after. Great question. Yes, right here. Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. No, so the question is relating to the Millie Morgan retirement type that requires a member be at least age 70. And he wants to know, could I buy time, or is there anything I can do to make myself eligible? The only thing you can do is live and work longer. So you do have to be at least age 70. Sorry, I know that's not the answer you wanted, but have to be 70 with at least 20 years. Now, if you're a few years away based on age and you're 4 years away based on service, you could buy a few years right now. And then when you hit 70, you would have your 20 years. I know we had a question in the back. Okay. Okay, I'm going to need just a little more information. So you said you're going to retire in 2024, but you can't start your benefit until 2026? Oh, 10 years. Okay. All right. Now I'm with you. So the question is relating to eligibility. What happens if I meet my 10 years and I'll just be 62? Well, we know at 62, you would need at least 15 to qualify for a benefit. So he's going to have his 10 years of service. He'll need to wait until he's 65 to apply for the pension. So 90 days before your age eligibility is when you would apply. You wouldn't apply when you resign. You would apply 90 days or 6 months even before your 65th birthday, because you wouldn't be age and service eligible within 6 months. So you'll have to wait until then. Yes. You are now in the 77 fund. So the question is relating to being a participant in another plan. So he is a member of the Public Employees Retirement Fund and the 1977 Police Officers and Firefighters. Those are completely different plans. Police officers and firefighters have their own rules and eligibility. Any service earned under a small plan, that does not add to what you have with PERF. So you would need to vest under PERF to get the benefit and vest under police and fire, but you could get both pensions. We had a member over here who was a former teacher. Teachers and PERF, that's like the same. That does add together to make one benefit, but small funds and PERF do not. Yes. No. Yeah. My name's Katrina Farley. You're welcome. I'll give you a fake name. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yes. Absolutely. So his question is relating to Hoosier Start, and if that is a qualifying plan that you could roll the defined contribution account to. And the answer is yes. You could roll it to any deferred comp 457 401A plan. You can roll to a 401k, a 457. Those are all eligible plan types. All right. I think I'm going to hand it over because I have gone past my. Oh, yes. Hi. Yes. So if you take a distribution of your defined contribution account, whether you are hybrid or my choice, NPERS is required to withhold 20% for federal taxes. We take that off the top before making the distribution. That's true no matter your age, no matter your income bracket. We have to withhold 20%. Not to say you may not get some of that back at tax time. With your state and your local county, that's optional. If you want us to withhold, we can. If you don't, we won't withhold, and you can take care of those at tax time. All right. Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So his question is relating to changing a pension option. If he were to, for example, choose 5 years certain in life when he retired, and 5 years later, remember, hey, I took the option that now when I pass, no one gets anything. So now I want to go and add a survivor. Sure, he could do that. He can do that 1 year in or 20 years in. You can do that at any time. Sure. Yep. His question is about if he has a terminal illness, if there's some health concern where he thinks, I need to plan a little differently than I did when I retired because now I have new information. You can change it. We're not going to call and ask for any type of medical records. All right. All right. I'm going to hand it over, I think.
Thank you very much, Katrina. The information on your agenda, that even though it says Jeremy's name, the phone number is still good. The web address and the email address are still applicable, even though Katrina was the one who presented. Next up, we have Greg Strack. Greg is here to talk to us about the retirement medical benefits account.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to spend a little time with you today and talk about the retirement medical benefits account. Even though I look like I'm only 29 years old, hopefully someday I'll be joining you very shortly, okay? As you plan for your retirement. One of the most important things I can do here today is maybe answer some questions for you. So if you have questions, you don't have to wait until the end. Just go ahead and interrupt me and I'll try to answer them, okay? The retirement medical benefits account was created by the legislature back in 2007. It's been a pretty well-kept secret ever since then. We really don't want to keep it a secret. We want you to be aware of it. We want you to take full advantage of it. So that's one of the reasons I'm here today. And one of the reasons NPERS is trying to do a little more publicity about it. Who's eligible for this benefit? Basically, if you're a state employee paid by the auditor's office, you're going to be eligible for the benefit. Employees of the executive, legislative, and judicial branch, elected officials, members of the General Assembly, and an elected officer paid by the state. However, in 2011, the legislature made a few changes to it and said that state police and the conservation and excise officers would no longer be eligible for this benefit because they have a separate retirement benefit for medical. What's important to realize is that as you're working, you build up money in this account through contributions made by the state. You don't put any of your own money into it. The state contributes everything to this benefit. However, you cannot use it until you retire. So you accumulate it while you're working, but you cannot use it until you actually retire. Now, Katrina spoke a little bit about purchase service credits a few minutes ago. Forget all about that for this benefit. Purchase service credits do not apply to this benefit. So if you meet one of the retirement eligibility criterias through purchase service credits, you're not going to be eligible for this benefit. So I said that you accumulate money into your account through annual contributions. Once a year, the state puts money into your account based upon your age as of December 31 of the prior year. They're required by the law to make this contribution once during their fiscal year. So they elect to make it on the last day of the fiscal year. So if you were, for an example, between age 40 and 50, your annual contribution that year would be $1,100. If you were over age 50, that contribution would have been $1,400. When it first came into effect, they said, okay, we're going to have some long-term employees retire in the next year, and they're going to get maybe $1,100 for this benefit. Well, that's not very fair. So what they did is they said, if you were eligible to retire after June 30th of 2007 and prior to June 30 of 2017 and had at least 15 years of service, they would also add a bonus contribution of $1,000 for every year of service you had. So if you had 30 years of service, that'd be $30,000 bonus that was added. Well, this went along until about 2017. And the legislature said, uh-oh, we're going to have a whole lot of people retire at one time because they want to get this bonus because it was set to expire in 2017. So they made some changes to the legislation that basically said, if on June 30th of 2017, you are eligible for a normal unreduced retirement and have the 15 years of service or 10 years of as an elected official, then your account will be frozen including the $1,000 per year of service. And you will get that at the frozen value at your time of retirement, but you will no longer get any annual contributions after 2017. So if you were at that point eligible, you could still be eligible today for the bonus contribution, but you are not getting annual contributions added to your account. So what about those who did not meet that criteria? Those who did not continue to receive the annual contributions today, and they continue to have those added to their account, but they are not eligible for the bonus, and they will not get the $1,000 per year of service when they retire. So just a couple quick examples here. First one is someone's going to retire, or excuse me, not retire. They're just getting an annual contribution. They're age 45. Their annual contribution is $1,100. That's how much is put into their account on June 30th. The second example was someone who retired with a frozen account. Therefore, they had 10 years of annual contribution at $1,400 a year, which equals $14,000. They also had 30 years of service for $30,000 bonus, and their total is $44,000 at retirement. So now we have this money in these accounts. What can you do with it? The amounts can be used to pay for premiums and only premiums for medical, vision, dental, prescriptions, and long-term care. Not long-term care itself, but long-term care premiums. So it cannot be used for any out-of-pocket for deductibles, co-pays, or anything else that's required. It's only good for premiums. We don't like to talk about it, but what happens if something should happen to you when you have this account? The surviving spouse and eligible dependents, being defined as someone eligible for the state's health care, can continue using the accounts for their reimbursement of their allowable expenses. I heard something. Yes, sir. Social Security, yes. You're talking about the Medicare Part B that comes out of your Social Security. Yes, it is. That is an eligible expense. Monies in your account are forfeited back to the state. Now, remember, the state put all the money into it, so they do not go to your estate or to your next of kin if they're not an eligible dependent. They're forfeited back to the state when you die without a surviving spouse, termination of employment prior to unreduced retirement, or the death of a surviving spouse and dependent. So the money goes back to the state at that point. So I kind of like to say, if you're retired, this is a use it or lose it account. Okay. Yes. How quickly do you need to take it? It will sit there and wait for you forever. You don't have to start immediately, but you do need to keep in mind, use it or lose it. Okay. It will sit and wait a couple years for you. It will wait 5 years. We have some people that it's been sitting there for 10 years. It's up to you. Everybody likes to manage it in their own way. Yes, sir. All right, if you retire and you go back to work is the question, can you use this to pay your premiums? I'm going to give you a yes and a no answer. Okay, The yes is if you go back to work for somebody besides the state of Indiana. If you go to work for Starbucks selling coffee, you can still use this. If you come back to work for the state of Indiana, you cannot use it. Your account will be suspended at that time. You will not lose the money. You won't lose the money. It will sit and wait on you, but you cannot use it. The reason for that is the Affordable Care Act says this benefit has to be only for retired participants. And when you return to work for the state of Indiana, you're no longer a retired participant. You're an active participant at that time. And status changes to active. Therefore, we have to suspend, I can't say that, suspend your account until you go back to full retirement. Okay. Yes, ma'am. You have to be an employee on June 30th of the year the contribution is made. Okay. So if you were an employee this June 30th, you would get this year's. If you want next year's contribution, you got to be an employee on June 30th to get that contribution. Yes, sir. The money that was there prior to conservation and state police got moved into their medical funds to help offset the liabilities there. So your money is no longer there. Okay. The state made that transfer without you even knowing it. Okay. They kind of did that behind the scenes and boom, the money was transferred. And in one sense, it helped you out because it funds those benefits. Okay. I see this one back here and then I'll get over here in just a second. Okay. Yes. It's available to be used by the spouse of the state employee in retirement. And then if something happens to the state employee and there's still money there, then the spouse can also continue to use it. So yes, it's available for the spouse. Okay. Yes, sir. You have to, what Katrina talked about for full retirement benefits, you have to have full retirement to be eligible for this benefit. Okay. The Affordable Care Act's up here now. Whoops, sorry. I'm sorry, I don't see where that is. There it is. Okay, sorry. Yes. If you work for 10 years, are you, pardon? You have to be eligible for full retirement. So if you're 65 and have 10 years, yes, you're eligible. If you're 62 or 60 and 15 years, you're eligible. If you're 55 and meet the rule of 85, then you're eligible. You have to have full retirement. Say you're 62, you have to have at least 15 years. Okay, on your last day of service. How do you access the money? We'll get to that in a second, but I'll answer the question now. You have to submit a claim, and you submit the claims to key benefit administrators. And we'll go through that in just a minute, okay? Okay, yes, one more, and then we'll get going. No, they do not. As the attorneys tell me, you get one bite at the apple. Okay. So once you have the account, if you come back to work for the state, no further monies goes into it, okay? Affordable Care Act. If you're under age 65 and you're retiring and thinking about using the Affordable Care Act as your health care provider, that's fine. You need to disclose to them that you have this account because, as the attorneys have told me, this is considered minimal essential coverage, and that precludes you probably from some credits under the Affordable Care Act. And if you don't admit that you have this account, you may be in for some tax consequences. I'm not a tax person, but that's something to be considered, okay? There is a handbook available on the NPERS website that has a lot of detail that you're more than welcome to read. Some night, if you're having trouble falling asleep, I highly recommend it. Okay. Okay, where did we have a question somewhere? Oh, there it is. Sorry. My Choice, you're eligible as a My Choice member once you reach age 62 with 5 years of service. Then you're eligible. Yes. Well, yeah, and this year it's taken a whole lot of time. Okay. I mean, a whole lot of time, because here we are in December and the money should got allocated in June 30. But I think you'll see it in the next few weeks. That's what I'm being told anyhow. Okay. Key Benefits is the third-party administrator that handles most of the stuff once you retire. They handle your account balance to make sure it stays accurate. They handle the processing of claims, anything else that kind of has to do with you as a retiree. Prior to that, the state handles everything to make sure your account is up to date. So what happens when you retire? You don't have to fill out any paperwork for this benefit, and that scares the heck out of everybody, because they think, oh, if I don't fill out paperwork for the state, I'm in trouble. Okay. So it scares you. You don't have to do a thing. NPERS lets us know every 30 days a new group of new retirees. Once they let us know that, we provide the information to Key Benefits, and Key Benefits then mails you a packet. Once you get that packet, you're up and running. Okay. Now, when do you get it? Well, you don't get it before you leave, because we don't know about your retirement until after you leave. And if you've retired, you know, if you've applied for your retirement within that 90-day window Katrina spoke about, this all usually happens fairly quickly after your retirement. If you come in on a Friday and say, I'm leaving and I'm retiring, well, it might take us a little longer to get that packet to you. Okay. What's in the welcome packet? There's a letter that will tell you it's a congratulation letter, but it also tells you exactly down to the penny how much money's in your account. It will have some frequently asked questions to help you understand it. There's a retiree registration form. This one's important, especially if you want to talk about your spouse. Fill out that registration form, because we don't know who your spouse is. We need to know that, especially if something should happen to you. Fill out the registration form. There's the claim forms. Those are the forms you're going to use to request reimbursement. A claim form is required. You fill it out and you submit it, and you'll get reimbursed. Now, we only give you a few of those because they're expensive to mail. So make some photocopies, okay? And there's some ways to do this online now. It's not an online system. I don't want to infer that, but you can scan it and mail it in and so forth. There's a dependent registration form. There's direct deposit forms. We encourage you to use direct deposit. However, we're aware that some people don't like that. They like getting a check. It takes longer to get the check to you, but that's your choice, okay? So to get your reimbursement, you have to sign this claim form. We're not going to do anything automatically every month for you because we don't know that, because some people want reimbursed every month. Some people don't. They want reimbursed every third month. They want to spread it out so their money lasts longer. That's your choice. So by submitting the claim, we'll know that. Here's your Medicare question. Yes, Medicare is eligible. But you know what? We need proof that there's insurance. And have you ever asked Medicare for proof that you have their insurance? They tell you go fly a kite. But once a year, you'll get a letter from Social Security, and it tells how much your benefit's going to be. And then it also tells on that letter how much they're going to withhold for Part B or Part D insurance. We just need a copy of that letter once a year. If you have a supplemental policy to your Medicare, that's also reimbursable. Or if you have Medicare Part C, the Advantage plans, that's reimbursable. And we need a cover page as to prove that you have that. And then that's proof of insurance. Same way, if you're not eligible, if you buy a policy on the open market, just proof that there is coverage, such as the face page or a bill from them. Now, if you're still working at another employer, if you retire and go to work for another employer, or let's be hypothetical and say that your wife or husband does not retire when you do, and they're still working, and you want to go on their group health coverage, can that be reimbursed? Yes, it can, but there's a few little hoops you have to jump through. Most employers provide medical insurance on a pre-tax basis. In other words, you don't pay taxes on it. In order for it to be eligible for reimbursement under this program, it has to be paid on a post-tax basis. So if you want your spouse's insurance premiums to be covered, you want to make sure it's on a post-tax basis. The reason for that is the IRS says we cannot reimburse you money you haven't paid taxes on, because you're not going to get a 1099 from us on this account. This is tax-free. So if you're getting the premiums tax-free and you're getting reimbursed tax-free, you're getting money tax-free, and they don't like that, okay? So you have to pay it post-tax. Somebody's got to pay the premium, the taxes on it somewhere, okay? Also, we're probably, when you submit that, we're probably going to ask for a letter from the employer proving that it is post-tax, because paycheck stubs from everywhere in this world are sometimes very difficult to read. Heck, I have trouble reading our own. So you also have to prove that you paid this premium. That used to be simple when everybody got canceled checks back. Nobody gets that anymore. You can print a copy of it offline, that will work. You can send us your checking account statement, that will work. You can black out your light bill and your phone bill and all those other things on there. We don't care about that. We just need some proof that you paid it. You can send us bank statements, the same thing, credit card statements, and so forth. Also, if you're paying your bill online and you get a statement saying paid, or a confirmation saying paid online, and you can print that, that works. So basically, for the claim process, you need a signed claim form, proof that you had the insurance, and proof that you paid it. With those three things, you'll get your money reimbursed up until the point where all the money in your account is used up. Now, we talked a little bit earlier about, do you have to use this money right away? No, you do not. But once a year, if you don't use it, you're going to get a letter from Key Benefits, and they say it a heck of a lot nicer than I do, but they're going to say, hey, are you still with us? Okay, because the money in your account does revert back to the state once there's no longer an eligible person for it. So, you know, the state kind of wants their money back when they can get it. So we send, Key Benefits will send you that letter once a year asking to make sure you're still with us. But if you submit claims every month, they know you are. Okay. Now, for medical insurance, this isn't as critical because most people don't like paying that huge premium for medical insurance all up front. They pay it on a monthly basis. But what if you buy something like dental insurance and it's not too expensive, maybe a couple $100 a year, and you pay for it all up front? We cannot reimburse you for that all up front. The IRS says it has to be incurred before we can reimburse you. So we can only reimburse you 1 month at a time going forward. Okay, we can reimburse you 6 months going in reverse, 12 months going backwards, but going forward, if you prepay something, we can only reimburse you 1 month at a time. Contact information, Key Benefits, contact numbers are there on the top. In-person customer service is here on the bottom. Now, if you want to check your account balance, on the NPERS website, there's a section for retirement medical benefits. You can go there and you can set up your password and your user ID and all that good stuff, and you can check your balance. Now, the only problem with that is I get calls about this all the time. If you're eligible for that bonus contribution, that $1,000 per year of service, if you meet that eligibility, that's not going to appear on the website because that money does not get added to your account until you actually retire. So it's not going to appear there. And people call up and say all the time, hey, I'm supposed to have this much money and it's only got this much. And that's normally the reason, okay? Now, what other questions we have? Yes, sir. Can you use this as well for, if you pay for Medicare premiums for yourself, can you use it for your wife's Medicare premiums? And the answer is yes. Once you retire, this benefit is good for you, your spouse, and eligible dependents. All three of those can be submitted, okay? Yes, ma'am. Well, yes, 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 yes. The State Fair Commission is considered quasi, and yes, they are eligible. The reason I talk about the auditor's office, that's just an easy way. It's not necessarily a final determination, but a lot of times teachers come to me and say, hey, we're paid by the state. Well, indirectly, they are through funding that goes through their school corporation, and then their school corporation pays them. Teachers are not eligible for this, okay? So that's why, and same way with universities. The universities are, the state universities are not eligible for this. They elected not to be part of this benefit. So basically, if you're an employee of the state, the executive, judicial, or legislative branches, you're eligible. Okay? Yes, ma'am. If you're part of your service as a county employee, the answer to that is because it's perf service, it would make you eligible for full retirement, but it would not count towards service for this benefit. Okay? Yes, sir. I guess you can call me. I don't want to say that too loud. I get enough phone calls. Okay. But basically, it's your full years of service. Okay. So if you know you've worked for the state for 29 years, you can pretty much figure it's 29,000. Okay. Yes, ma'am. I don't know why that would exist. Okay. That's really odd. Okay. The only thing I can tell you is you can give me a call and I can look at things up and see what we need to do. Okay. It's tough to answer right now because I don't know why that would exist. Because we use the perf information, so it should be the same. Yes, sir. When did this start? The benefit was created by the 2007 legislature, and it became effective July 1 of 2007 with the first annual contribution June 30th of 2008. Did they stop in 2017? If you were eligible in 2017, then it will stop as of that date. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I see one more. Sorry. Yes. You still have to submit the claim every month to get reimbursed because we don't know that you want it until you submit the claim. You only have to submit the letter once and just say, hey, letter's on file. Okay, just write a little note on there. Remember, you got claims processors who process a lot of claims in a day. Don't be afraid to give them a little note on your claim and help them out. It might save you some time. Thank you much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. I hope it's very beneficial to you. Thank you.
All right, well, it's break time. If everyone can be back in here at 10:25, we will hear from our next presenter from the Retired Indiana Public Employees Association. So see you soon. 10:25. Anyone go outside? You did? How's the weather? Is it gloom? Okay, yeah. How many of you are not located downtown in this, at this complex? Oh my gosh. That is a lot of folks. Well, welcome to the Indiana Government Center complex. All right, our next presenter is Jim Benge, and he is here from the Retired Indiana Public Employees Association. He's going to come and share with us what that is and how it will be of benefit to us when we retire. You like how I put us in there? Yes. Perfect.
I got to check this. Turn this down. I don't have to hold it that close. I'm sure everybody can hear me. Is that correct? Good, good. Well, let's see what we can do here. Yeah, there we go. The Retired Indiana Public Employee Association has been around for a long, long time. And I owned an insurance company called Sagamore Benefits Group. And one of my large clients was the Retired Indiana Public Employee Association. Now, I had clients that had 6,000, 7,000 employees, but RIPIA was my biggest at 42,000 members. So and they're all over the United States. So when we decide to design a benefit plan, it has to be available to everybody around the United States. We can't take the chance that we've got a member in Podunk, Idaho, and there are no providers in our plan for him or her. So we have fixed that. And so that's what I'm about to tell you about in a few minutes. There are several advantages to being besides the benefit plan. Of course, we have Medicare supplements and Medicare Advantage plans. But there are, on our website, I update it every year to keep track of the Medicare changes. And we'll talk about the benefits here in a minute, but it has excellent dental plans through a company called AMBA. They're a large national brokerage that works just with associations. And if you've shopped individual dental plans, other carriers, you have found it is difficult to get really good coverage for reasonable money. But AMBA has two plans that are both excellent. So check the website, which is ripea.org, O-R-G. Also, there's comprehensive vision plans, there's hearing and hearing aid coverage, long-term care, healthcare coverage, and we have cancer, health, stroke, and accident coverage, whole life, guaranteed acceptance whole life, and MASA, which is Medicare Air Services, and then many travel and vacation discount opportunities. So, and the professional knowledge, it's free. That's me. Yeah, that's what I get. You're right. All right, let's talk about the supplements. Of course, all of you folks that are new, turning age 65, already realize that Plan F is no longer available to you. And Plan F is by far the best plan. As you will see here, it covers 100% of all those categories. And it is by far the best Medicare supplement plan we have ever had. RIPIA still offers it, and we offer it at group rates. Plan G is now in the private market the very best of the supplements because it pays just like Plan F after you've met your $226 deductible. And of course, the rates reflect the fact that you pay that deductible up front. And of course, you may or may not realize that there's no network for us. Any doctor or hospital that takes Medicare assignment, that's who you can use for your supplements. Let's see. Okay, now this shows you the coverages. You can see under Plan F, it's 100% all the way down, and there is no Part B deductible to pay on Plan F. On Plan G, by the way, 203 has just been updated. For next year, the deductible is 226. We fully expected it was going to go to 233, but we're pleasantly surprised it is 226. So if you want to mark that down on your sheet. Now we offer Medicare Advantage plans. Oh, I know you all heard those advertisements on TV, and you also know they are PPOs or HMOs, and you must go to their doctors. And of course, that's the big negative about the Advantage plans. Since we're a group and we have such a wide spread of risk, they allow us to design our own benefit plans. So as a result, with our Medicare Advantage plans, we do not have any limitations of doctors and hospitals. Our limitation is exactly the same as it was for the supplements. Any provider, hospital or doctor that takes Medicare assignment, you can go to. That guarantees you that you don't have to change your doctors, you don't have to change your hospitals. And if you happen to be on vacation in Florida, you don't have to call around and check, see who's in your company's network. Any doctor or hospital that takes Medicare assignment, 91% of doctors take Medicare assignment. And even a higher percentage of hospitals take Medicare assignment. So that what gives right away a leg up on our group plans versus all the individual plans that are out there. Now we do have a spread of risk. Under 10P, we have a $10 copay for the doctor's office, $40 for a specialist, $35 for urgently needed services, $90 for emergency care, and then you have $275 copay per day for the first 7 days in admission. And then, of course, skilled nursing is covered, no copay for up to 20 days, then $172 copay per day, 21 through 100. The dental side, we don't have a really strong dental benefit. So if you have separate dental benefits, we recommend you keep that, because this plan covers up to $75 for one visit. On the vision, up to $70 for the exam and $100 for glasses. On the hearing, up to $70 for the exam and $500 a year toward a hearing aid. The key thing here is prescription drugs are already included. So you don't have to go out on Medicare.gov to get a prescription drug plan like you do with a supplement. And also, Silver Sneakers membership is included. And the thing about this plan, it has an overall out-of-pocket maximum of $6,000. The price, $68.54 a month. Now I realize $6,000, that's a big chunk for all of us. But this is available as an economy plan. But our new plan is the second one, 15P, $150 deductible, $15 copay for a doctor, $30 for a specialist, and then you got $75 for urgently needed services and $75 for ambulance service. And it shows here that this is very similar on dental, vision, and hearing. This one is at $103.40 and is $2,900 out of pocket. But the plan that we're most proud of is probably one of the finest Medicare Advantage plans out there. First of all, because of the fact you can go to any doctor or hospital that takes Medicare assignment, and the fact that the benefits are so good. For example, has a $200 deductible up front. But after you met that $200 deductible, if you need to go to the hospital in an ambulance, it's covered at 100%. If you need to have a hospital inpatient stay, that's covered at 100%. If you need surgery, that's covered at 100%. And even if you need skilled nursing after you're out of the hospital, that's covered at 100% up to 100 days. So this plan is really, really good. Now you do have co-pays, $20 copay for the doctor's office, $20 copay for a specialist, $20 copay for urgent services, $50 copay for ambulance. You do have those. But the other thing that makes this special is your out-of-pocket maximum, including the $200 deductible and your copays, is capped at $500. And I've been in this business a long time. I know of no plan out there on the market that I'm aware of that has such a low out-of-pocket maximum. The cost here is $169.68. Keep in mind, included is a prescription drug plan. So that's one of the less costs that you have to incur along with your supplement. However, since we have a prescription drug plan already, we don't want you to jump into this until we have checked your prescriptions. Like any prescription drug plan, we have a drug formulary. This form, which is a short version of it, is a form we ask you to complete, putting in your prescriptions, the dosage, and the frequency. Send it to me at Ripia. I'll send you back a report showing if the drugs are covered, and about 97% of all the drugs we've gotten in are covered. And it'll show you what the copay is. And our tier, we have 2 pages of drugs that are totally free. We call those tier 0. So if you get those, they are already free. Our tier 1 drugs, under 20p, the best one, is a $5 copay. Tier 2 drug is a $10 copay. However, we have mail order. If you do 90-day mail order, you get tier 1 drugs for 90-day supply for 1 copay. The same for tier 2. You get a 90-day supply for the $10. So mail order is a really good way to save some money. But I urge you, before you consider other options, let us show you what we can do, what our cost is, and what your coverage would be under our prescription drug plan. All right, this is some of the things that we just talked about. Top of the line health plans, these are things offered by Ripia. Minimal out-of-pocket cost group rates. Keep your own doctors and hospitals, offered in all states. One of the largest insurance carriers, it is Anthem. Personal benefit consultant, me, guilty, that's me. And multiple plan choices, dental, vision, hearing, and multiple plans to choose from. So I think, yeah, we're to the question and answer part. Yes, go ahead. Yeah, we cover specialty medications. That's why we want you to send them to us, so we make sure you know exactly what the costs are, and we want to know too, make sure we're covering you properly. Yes, ma'am. Just call me. Let me tell you all. I was going to tell you later, but I can tell you now how to get a hold of me. We are located, Ripia is located right here in Indy on the west side at 2415 Directors, that's plural, Row, R-O-W, and that is Suite M, 46241. However, it'd be easier for you to call me. Right now, I am swamped out of my mind. It's open enrollment. So I'm very, very busy. right now, returning phone calls and doing drug reports. However, you can call me at 317-734-3839. Or for all of you that raise your hand and you're outside the city, toll free, it's 1-833-351-0073. Beg pardon? Yeah, Ripia, RIPEA, ripia.org, O-R-G. And we have an extensive website. I urge you to take a look at it. Yeah, yeah. Any other questions? Yes, sir. Oh, ma'am. I can't hear you. Yeah, oh, yeah, thank you. Thank you. I should have thought to tell you that. We have a program that we honor associate memberships. So if either you or your spouse is the RIPIA member, then you can add your spouse as an associate member. And there is a fee, but I think, don't hold me to this, it's not my area of expertise. I think it's $10 a year for an associate member. And on the Advantage plans, or on, excuse me, on the supplements, we have a new thing this year where you can get a family membership. So when you do add your spouse, you get a 4 or 5% discount overall. So it's worthwhile for both of you to be on the plan, especially on the supplements. Other question? Yes, sir. $169.68 per month. Let me tell you quickly. I know you all heard these advertisements on TV, 0 premium plans. Let me tell you about how they do that. The way Advantage plans work is Advantage plans were designed to benefit Medicare, and Medicare loves them for this reason. The way this works, if you choose to buy an Advantage plan, Medicare will give Anthem, in your behalf, a dollar amount that's equal to the average Medicare recipient payout in your zip code. That's why you hear about zip codes all the time on TV. So you sign up for Advantage plan, Medicare gives Anthem that money. Anthem takes that money and designs your benefit plan. What we do is we add on the premium so we can bring you the really top level benefits. But the 0 premium plan is where they use just what Medicare gives them to design the plan. That's why you have higher copays, higher deductibles, and much higher out-of-pocket maximums. And those plans where they give you money back in Social Security, that comes right out of that money that Medicare gave to Anthem in your behalf. So your benefits will be even less because of that money being diverted elsewhere. Gives you a little idea how the 0 premium plans work. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. No, this is a group. So, and this 20P we implemented 3 years ago. This is the 3rd year for it, and it's yet to raise the rate. Now, look at that 2 ways. That's a good thing, or we're about due. So I really expect some kind of a small increase, not for 2023, that is the rate, but for next year, we might see an increase. Yes, sir. No. Yeah, you don't have to be in perf, but you need to join RIPIA as a member. And I believe that's $18 a month, or $18 a year. Is that right? 18 a year? It's $18 a year to be a member. And then you have access to all of this. Yes, ma'am. Say it again. No, but you don't have to be retired, but you have to be 65 or older. And you have to have Medicare. If you are a RIPIA member, then your spouse can go on the plan if he's an associate member. That's correct. Yes, sir. Yes. You got to be on Medicare A and B. And by the way, one of the reasons we're happy that we can offer these advantage plans with a prescription drug plan is because a little known law that has come back to bite several people that I've talked to recently. Most people didn't realize that it is federal law that you must have a prescription drug plan. And the penalty is quite severe. It's 1% per month for the length of time that you went without a prescription drug plan, added on to your premium when you do get a prescription drug plan. Had a little old lady who was 92, never heard of the fact she had to have a drug plan. And when I calculated what her penalty would be, it was so ridiculous, she said, forget it. Besides, she only took one drug. I guess that's why she's 92. Any other questions? Okay, you got a question over here? Anybody? No, okay. Yes. I can't hear you. That's correct. You have to join. You have to join, pay your $18, fill out an app. That's all there is to it. Call the RIPIA office. Yeah. Uh-huh. 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 Yes. In fact, here's how that happens. I've had several do that. How that happens is once you sign up for one of our plans, you call Anthem. They'll set it up for you so that whenever you pay a premium, they automatically send a notice to key benefit administrators and they reimburse you automatically. It's a good setup. Yes, question. How's the what? The card? There's no discount. It's the same price. Yes, per person. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily linked.
Yes, they're for people who are members of RIPIA, which everybody has to be 65 or older to be on it. Yes. Yes, you have to be a member, but you don't have to be enrolled in our insurance plans to access the dental, the vision, the life insurance, the MASA air service. All of that is separate. Where are you? Okay, way back there. Yes. Well, that's a good question. The reason I say that is we are group, so we're not subject to those laws. For example, our open enrollment goes through December 15th, where you all ended yesterday with your private market. So we have people still deciding if they're going to come with us. And I know they've rolled over with their other plan. So you still can join our plan between now and the 15th. After the 15th, only new age 65 members can come on us until open enrollment next year. Yes. Well, I think I've used up my 20 minutes, but I really appreciate it. Oh, one more question here. Go ahead. Yes, they do. On the Advantage plans, you have a $50,000 benefit that covers you. And one thing I failed to mention on our supplements, thank you for mentioning that. Our supplements are better than anything out there. And you might say, well, how can that be? They're the same plan F or the same plan G. Well, because we're group, we've added a Anthem Major Medical that covers things that Medicare doesn't cover. Remember, under supplements and Advantage plans, they only cover what Medicare covers. But the supplements, a good example would be out of the country is covered. Another good example is private duty nursing. Three shifts of LN or LPNs or RNs is very expensive. Medicare will not cover it, but this Major Medical will. And after a $500 deductible, it would pay 80% of the cost for you for private duty nursing. So, and that's already included in our rates for the supplements. Thank you very much. I enjoyed it. I'll hang around back if you have any additional questions.
We have his business cards up in the back at the very end of at the top of the aisle there. They're on the wooden divider there. So there's some on each side if you want to grab a business card for Jim. Thank you. Happy holidays, buddy. Thank you. We'll see you in 6 months. All right, our next presenter is Gina Hitchens, and she is here from the Group Term Life and Accidental Death and Dismemberment Insurance. All right, do you want to stand here? Do you want to use the, you like to move around? All right, perfect.
This is the one that advances?
Yes. If you receive it.
Okay.
Recording.
Okay,
Perfect.
sure.
Thank you.
Okay. I guess it's good morning, everyone. As she mentioned, I am Gina Hitchens, and I am not okay. Okay, good deal. I'm not an employee of Securian Life. I'm an independent financial and insurance professional, but I do the twice a year benefits with the Securian, what you can do with your term life insurance when you retire from the state. And that's always such a good time to look at that, because my presentation isn't always fun or nice to talk about, but let's face it, it is a reality, and it is a much needed reality. So again, we're looking at the group term and life accident, and it is through Securian. With that, it's underwritten through Minnesota Life and a part of the Securian group, and it's been the life insurance since 2014. And if you all are looking at retiring, then chances are good that you've been a part of the program a while, so you're somewhat familiar with how it works. It covers all full-time employees as well as their dependents. And it makes it nice because I know in many instances, if the spouses are working, both members of the, employees of the state, then you can look at getting yourself covered as an employee and covering your spouse. So you can actually look at doing the double duty with that. So it makes it pretty attractive. Have 1.5 times your annual earnings next high, rounded to the next higher 1,000. So for example, say you make just hypothetically $48,000, that will round it up to 50,000. And then with the 50,000, the coverage that will come standard would be 75,000. So that is the basic term insurance. But then with that, you can also just get supplemental insurance if there's a need for additional coverages. You can get increments of 10,000 to 500,000 if you're under 65. If you're over 65, then you're looking at a maximum of 200,000. But with this, if you don't sign up when you first are employed with the state, or you wanted to look to increase it, you have to go through some slight medical underwriting. And as we get older, sometimes that gets to be a little challenging, but that is a requirement for that. Accidental death and dismemberment. it equals the amount of the basic life insurance. And again, it covers all eligible employees. But again, if you're looking to retire, this is probably, well, I always get ahead of myself when I get to this, which is where it makes it nice that the slides are available. Terms, how you can have insurance on spouse and children, and in increments of 5, 10, 15, or 20,000. And whatever you get on the spouse, you have to get that same coverage amount on the children if you're wanting to cover both. But of course, if you don't have a spouse and you just have children, you cover the children, or and vice versa. But if you have a spouse and children, you have to get the same equal amounts. And again, if both of you are employed with the state, then you can get the basic that you have, you can get the supplement, and then you can also get the spouse term life insurance. This is where I always get ahead of myself. This is where I'm sure where you really want to look at since you're looking at retiring. So once you retire, you know, one of the great benefits that the state of Indiana offers is that they pay a portion of the life insurance premiums because it is group term, which is a nice gesture. But of course, when you retire, then that their portion goes away. So you have to pay it all and you have to make a decision, and you have to make that decision within 31 days. So you have 3 choices. You can port it to term insurance. I mean, you can just pick it up, keep it just as it is, and it's term insurance, or you can convert to whole life, or you can do nothing. And again, no decision is a decision, because after 31 days, if you don't make a decision to do the port to term or convert to whole life, it just goes away. So this is where it gets a little tricky. Say, okay, so what are the differences? What are the advantages? What are the disadvantages? And what works best for me? And that makes it interesting because it's all an individual decision where you would really want to have this conversation with your spouse to see what your life insurance needs are. Say, for instance, if you have 2 individuals, 65 years old, you started working at the state the same time, you're retiring at the same time, you're the same age, you could still have 2 very different insurance needs. One could have a mortgage that they still have to pay off. One could have young kids, the other could be like, kids are grown and gone, mortgage is paid off, I'm good. So again, that's an individual situation that you have to look at your own financial situation and talk with your spouse and just see what works best for you. But these are the 3 choices. The first one is port. You can change it to term insurance, and that will cover you until you're age 70. So I've had some people say, well, what if you retire after age 70? Well, then this port isn't particularly an option. But it continues to age 70. Rates are higher than active employees. And remember, the rates are higher because the state of Indiana isn't paying their portion. So they're higher because you are responsible for paying 100% of the premium. And the rates increase with age. So initially, it starts off less expensive, but as you get older, it's going to go up. And then once you turn 70, it's just going to go away totally. And you must not be disabled when you retire. And there's no health questions. And again, it's 31 days that you have to make that decision. So overall, of the 3 options, well, of the 2 options, if you're going to change it to term insurance or whole life, then although both the premiums are going to be more than you're paying with the state, but the term insurance would be by far the less expensive going in, just because it has those limitations. But say, for instance, if you're 65 years old and you have, or whatever age you are when you retire, and you have a mortgage that you know is going to be paid off in 10 years before you're 70, then that term can be very attractive for you, because you know at that point you have the insurance amount covering the need, and it's going to fit within that guideline. So the term insurance would be very attractive for that. But say if you have a need that you know is going to extend longer, then that way you might want to look at combining some programs. And as I was just sitting here thinking, I've been in this business now a lot longer than I like to almost admit, but my entire adult life. So let's just say, well, that's been a couple, 2-3 years. And as I was sitting here listening to the previous presenter, I thought that it's no reason at all that you can't combine the 2 options. Say, do a portion that you want to make to term, and then do a portion to whole life. So this is the port to age 70. The next one is you can convert it to a permanent plan. Again, the rates are higher initially but they never go up and it never runs out. So if you let it be 100, you're going to still pay the same premium and it's never going to change. So that is the nice thing about that. There's no health questions. And again, you have 31 days to make that decision. And so what you might think, well, what would be best for me? And a lot of times it depends on your health and if you can qualify for insurance. Just say if health is good and you think you can get insurance on the open market, if you have an insurance professional that you currently work with and you think him or her has a plan that could suit you, then if you can go through underwriting, to be honest, that cost would be a lot more cost effective than if you convert it to the Securian plan, just because adverse selection, because if you can qualify, then it's cheaper. But if there's no health questions, they have to get everybody that covers. So if you can get it in the open market, you will want to look at that. But I would encourage you, if that is what the route you're thinking you're wanting to do, you would definitely want to look at that well before the time runs out. So you'll know if you have that in place before you look at your retirement. So if you're actively thinking about retirement, these are the types of questions and the conversations you need to have with your spouse and your insurance professional to look at that. But if health is a concern and you know you have some health stuff going on and you can't qualify, then this conversion is beautiful because there's absolutely no health questions involved at all. So again, with that, you can either do the term insurance, it's going to run out at age 70, or get the whole life, or you can do a combination. And say, for instance, if you had the 75,000, or I'll just use that as an example, you have the basic and you have the supplement, you can convert or port all of that up to that amount. Say altogether, you have $200,000 of coverage altogether. You don't have to convert the entire 200,000. Just say if you just wanted a final expense, say you wanted 50,000, whatever that number that would best fit your financial household, that's what you can do. Again, just say if you're wanting to look at having the term insurance to a certain age and then getting a portion of the permanent insurance, so you know that whenever death were to occur, that your family would have some coverage available. So again, those are the different options. And the last option, as I said, no decision. Oh, they took it off. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they took it off. But anyway, no decision is a decision. Maybe I'm ahead of myself. But these are the numbers that you can look at. We have the website, and it's right here, the lifebenefits.com/continue. The policy number is 34297, and the access key is Indiana. And they have a very robust website where you can look at playing around and just seeing what will work best for you. Quite often I'm asked, what is the cost for if I want to convert the whole life or keep it as term? On their website, you can look at those numbers. They also have life insurance needs calculators that you can see what would best fit your needs. And then we still like the old-fashioned way that you can call, and this is the number that you can call and speak with a Securian financial rep. And as you see, this number is 866-365-2374. There are videos on the website. And when I talked about evaluate your needs with the Benefit Scout. So their website is very active and robust and is user-friendly. So you can just go out and just see what works best with your financial needs. And as I said, you have 31 days after you retire to make these decisions. And if you don't do anything, then again, no decision is a decision and the insurance goes away. And I guess this is at the point where there's questions. Are there any questions? Oh, yes. Okay, the question is, what are some of the top disqualifiers for qualifying for life insurance? And it's interesting, life insurance is a benefit that when it could be anything. It could be uncontrolled high blood pressure. It could be, I've seen people get disqualified based on drug usage, high blood pressure, you name it. It's out there. And I'm sure my answer is a vague answer, but it could be any number of complicated health issues. And as we get older, a lot of that does come into play. It could be height and weight. It could be medical condition, high blood pressure, family history, depression, you name it. But the one thing that's interesting is there's a medical MIB, medical insurance board, how they can just run your information and they can just see all the medications, the prescriptions that you have. So that's what they look at. So I had this one guy, and he's a young guy, and he has cholesterol and high blood pressure. And so he finally was able to get one company to issue him a plan. And now he wants to look at additional coverages. So now they want to see his most current reading of his AC1 reading and his blood pressure reading. So a lot of times that's what they're looking at. But some companies are just getting a little better with that, in that they will, just because you have these conditions, it won't totally eliminate you. It might be just rated and charged more. So that's why I always say before you let one plan go, you definitely want to secure the second plan before you get the new plan. My son, he's 36 years old, pretty active, I rated him standard, I rated him preferred ultra. And they came back, he said it's some fatty liver. Well, he had been out. Anyway, that's a different story. But anyway, anyway, he did get it rated. Instead of getting standard, ultra standard preferred select, he just still got a better premium. But it's like, okay, because of his liver. And he's like 6'5", 215 pounds. It's like, this boy's a picture of health. But it's just a lot of things. So sometimes I get a little winded. So I hope that answered your question. Yes? That's a good question. She said, when does the 31 days start? The 31 days start, yes, when you terminate, when you leave employment with the state, because the state, they pay the premiums each month. So they would notify them that the premium didn't come in for you. So that is an excellent question. So the 31 days does start on the day of your retirement. Yes? Okay, the question is, with the term insurance at the different increments, when the premiums go up, do you have to answer on whole life? Okay, so on whole life, do you have to answer health questions? No. If you make the decision prior to your retirement, then you never have to answer any more health questions. And even with the term insurance, is that at the different increment ages, once you get it at the different age bands, when the premiums go up, you don't have to answer any health questions. So just say if you convert to 100,000, it's going to always be that amount. You don't have to answer any health questions anymore. It's your whole life. It's your whole life, yes. So, oh, she was asking if, she said some companies have caps on the time that they can expand coverage. And with this, it continues your whole entire life. But a lot of times what that whole life means, it might be paid up at a certain age. You say life at 95, paid up at 95. I think, as I'm thinking out loud, now because I've been doing this my entire adult life, I think that might be what you're thinking. Whereas you would have to pay the premium until you're 95. But as long as you're still living, you're covered. Correct. So at that point, you're still covered, but no more premiums. And if you live to be 110, God bless you, you have the life insurance. Thank you. Okay, I guess there are no more questions. And again, these are the contact information. You have it on the slides to contact Securian Life or talk with your independent insurance professional, and he or she can help make sure you and your family are covered with your life insurance needs. Thank you.
All right, our last presenter before lunch is Gabrielle Thomas, and she is one of my colleagues from State Personnel. So she is going to talk to us about what we can expect with regards to our health benefits when we retire. Hi.
Good morning. I'll try not to take up too much of your time. I'm sure you're hungry. My name is Gabrielle, like Janet said. I'm a benefits specialist for SPD benefits. So if you have ever contacted, let's see, our benefits hotline in the last 6 months, it's likely you might have spoken to me. Or if you choose to get a hold of us in the future, you might get me again. We do have some good websites listed on the screen here. We have an entire website dedicated to offboarding. So it's going to go over the programs that I'm talking about today. And if you're planning on retiring soon, let me say congratulations. I'll be in your shoes in about 30 years, give or take. So continuing your health insurance after you retire, we do have two options. The first is COBRA. Any employee can continue their state coverage for up to 18 months. We also have our early retiree program. This allows eligible employees to continue their coverage until you become eligible for Medicare. We'll start with COBRA, the Consolidated Omnibus Reconciliation Act. Big mouthful. That's why we shorten it to COBRA. So COBRA, this would allow you, if you are eligible, if you leave the state employment, then you are eligible. You can get an 18-month extension on your health coverage that you had while you were an active employee. Now you can possibly extend the 18-month period if you have a qualifying life event. Our COBRA application time period. So COBRA packets are sent out to employees once your termination date is entered into PeopleSoft. You must send those applications back to our carrier, HR Pro, no later than 60 days from your benefit termination date or the date of your COBRA notice letter. Premium amount. So COBRA is a bit more expensive. You are covering both the employer share and your employee share. You also have a 2% administrative fee on there. So your premiums are 102% of what you pay as an active employee. You would be disqualified from COBRA if you're enrolled in another group health plan that doesn't have a pre-existing condition clause. If you're enrolled in Medicare, you or your dependents, and you're enrolled under COBRA, or if you don't pay your COBRA premiums, your coverage will cease. If you elect COBRA and you would like to change your plan type, similar to active employment, you can only do this during your open enrollment period. So for example, if you had CDHP 1 and wanted to switch to traditional, that would be something to do during open enrollment. If you wanted to change your level of coverage, you could do this as a qualifying life event. So if you have a marriage, divorce, acquire a dependent, are typical qualifying life events, that allows you to change your level of coverage. You can also do that during open enrollment, of course. Our early retiree program. So this extends health coverage to retiring employees who meet the requirements outlined in Indiana Code 5-10-8-8. Eligible retirees may participate until at the time of retirement until they become Medicare eligible. So eligibility requirements, you must be between the ages of 55 and 65 on or before your retirement date. You must not be Medicare eligible. You must have at least 15 years of full-time creditable public employment, 10 years of which must have been completed immediately preceding state employment. If you're a teacher, you must have at least 15 years of service credit as a participant in the retirement fund, or 10 years of service credit as a participant in the retirement fund immediately preceding your retirement. The application time period. So if you are eligible for early retiree, you will receive an application from State Personnel Benefits, one of my coworkers. This must be returned to us no later than 90 days from your retirement date. Early retiree, with this one, the state actually covers the administrative fee for you. So you pay 100% of premiums instead of the 102% with COBRA. What would disqualify you from early retiree? So if you're eligible for Medicare, you or your dependents not eligible for early retiree. And then same thing with COBRA, if you don't pay your premiums, your coverage will cease. So what does the process look like? This is actually a pretty big project for us benefits specialists and something we do frequently. We run a report of state retirees and then review who might be eligible for early retiree coverage. If you're eligible, you'll receive a packet in the mail from us. It includes a blue application form, which you must complete and return to SPD within 90 days of your retirement date. Once we receive it, a confirmation letter is sent to you and to SPD Benefits. We will also notify the carrier of your intention to get on early retiree. After our carrier, HR Pro, receives and processes the information that you would like to join, billing is sent to your home address. And just to note, if you do get on early retiree, that billing process can take up to 30 days, perhaps a little bit longer, just because there's information being sent to multiple sources. So if you believe that you qualify for this program and you don't receive an application within 2 weeks of your last paycheck, please contact us in the benefits division. Benefits specialists like myself is more than happy to help. So our early retiree, similar to COBRA, if you want to change your plan type, you can only do that during open enrollment. So yet again, wanting to switch from CDHP 1 to traditional, reserved for open enrollment. If you would like to change your level of coverage, so going from single to family, for example, same thing as COBRA, you must have a qualifying life event, and you can do this during open enrollment as well. And our next section is likely to generate a lot of questions, which I am prepared for, but we are going to take those at the end just to try to save some time and keep on track with the presentation. But definitely keep in mind your questions and we'll take them at the end. Medicare and HSA. So this is my project actually, and something I'm pretty heavily involved with. When you turn 65, of course, congratulations, you can get on Medicare. But if you're still working, and many of our employees choose to do this, they will defer Medicare and just choose to get on it whenever they eventually retire. If you enroll in any part of Medicare, you're no longer eligible for HSA contributions. And this is a really big point. If you receive any HSA contributions while having any part of Medicare, we would have to get those back from you. So it's really important to notify us whenever you have a date that you're wanting to get on Medicare and if you receive HSA contributions. Also an important note to make, a lot of people don't know that when you apply for Social Security, you are automatically enrolled in Medicare Part A. And at that point, your Part A coverage can backdate up to 6 months or to your 65th birthday. So for example, if you're 66, it will backdate 6 months. If you're 65 and 4 months, it will backdate to your 65th birthday. And any HSA contributions during that time are considered ineligible. So yet again, just really important, let us know at least 6 months in advance of when you plan to apply for Medicare so we can get your HSA waived. Keep it till the end, I got you, coming to you. Medicare Part B. I'm weird. I love Medicare, and this is something I love to do. A request for employment verification. This is called a CMS L564 form. Don't need to remember it, but if you apply for Medicare in a special enrollment period, you must have had group health plan coverage within the last 8 months through you or your spouse's current employer. This form is used as proof of group health coverage based on current employment. It's needed to process your Medicare enrollment application. So SPD benefits, we will complete the information about your health coverage and your dates of employment. Then essentially you send it off to Medicare, and Medicare is like, oh, okay, they haven't been uninsured. They've actually had health coverage. So this is what the form looks like. This is just one section of it. So this is actually section A, which is the section that you would fill out and then return it to us, and we fill out section B, which you will see here. So you can see it asks us in benefits, whichever specialist is processing this for you. They'll get onto your PeopleSoft, check out your health coverages, see how long you've been covered, see how long you've been an employee, and then fill out the appropriate sections on the application. You can see the first one, if or was the applicant covered under employer group health plan. The most important part that they're looking for, if you had it and when you had it. So as I said, if you get the form from Medicare or Social Security and they need you to get it filled out, contact us at the benefits hotline. You can send us an email, give us a call, and we will fill out, we'll have you send it to us with section A filled out. We'll fill out section B and return it to you. Okay. Our retiree leave conversion program. So all of those vacation, sick, and personal hours that the state gives you, you can cash in on those when you retire, which is amazing. It extends compensation for an excess more than 225 hours of unused and uncompensated vacation, sick, and personal leave time to eligible retirees. You would receive a percentage of this leftover time, using calculations based on years of creditable service. The amount cannot exceed $5,000, but if you have that many hours, you could get up to $5,000. So our eligibility requirements for the leave conversion, eligible retiree means that you are entitled to begin receiving pension benefits from a public pension plan, so our PERF and PERS plans. You must have at least 10 years of creditable service with state agencies. State agency does not include state educational institutions, elected officials, office, and legislative and judicial branches of government. And you must have accrued but unused and uncompensated vacation, sick, or personal leave after your final paycheck has been calculated. For the process, retiree leave conversion, there is not an application that you have to fill out to get this. Kind of standard retirement process, you notify your HR representative and your payroll when you're planning to retire. They take care of the rest. Your agency payroll department will complete the calculation and send it to us in SPD, but employee relations will get that processed. All payments would be received on your final paycheck. If you believe that you qualify and you don't receive your payout, you should contact your agency payroll department. They can help get that sorted out for you. So I haven't been in here too long, but I know you already had some talk about life insurance. But this is life insurance continuation. So if you have life insurance when you retire, you'll receive a separate letter with information on how to continue your coverage. If you wish to continue, you have 31 days from your benefits termination date to complete the application and make your first premium payment. If you choose to continue coverage with Securian, you will begin paying the premiums directly to the carrier. You've already heard from Securian, so you have their number. If you have any questions about continuing your life coverage, definitely give them a call. Securian is great. And that is it for my presentation. Highly recommend, I think you all have the packets with our information. But this hotline and this email and the website, honestly amazing. The state has so many resources out there if you care to learn more, need more information. We at the benefits hotline, we're there from 7:30 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. I might be a little biased, but I think we're all great and we love what we do. And we understand turning 65, retiring, it's all a huge process. So our goal is to just make it as simple as possible for you. And any way we can do that. Now for the questions. I would start with you. So you can actually, he asked what happens to your HSA funds when you retire. You will still have your HSA account. It's just that you'll no longer receive the HSA contributions, but anything in that account, you are free to use. It would remain in your HSA account. If you did want to withdraw those funds, you could do that through Now UMB. I'm assuming they would have you fill out the transfer application, just like normal. If you are over 65, you no longer are required to use your HSA funds for medical related expenses, actually. Yes. So she said she's 65. She wants to know whenever she turns 66, she plans on electing Medicare. So what does she need to do? This is a really good question. So whenever you apply for Medicare, when you turn 66, they will backdate your coverage 6 months. And because of that, you will want to notify us at least 6 months in advance. So that way we can get your HSA waived. You'll still have your health coverage, but you just won't be receiving any HSA contributions, which is good because we would hate to have to collect those from you if you received anything ineligible. So to answer your question, you would let us know 65 and 5 months. That way we have enough notification, but 65 and 6 months works too. Yes. Both. Both contributions are considered ineligible. Unfortunately, an IRS rule, so. Yes. So asking about the retiree leave conversion program, whenever you have those 225 hours. So the amount that you will be paid out for those unused hours actually goes on your last paycheck, is whenever you'll see that amount on there. Does that answer your question? $5,000, that's the maximum amount that you can earn. So if you have a ton of hours, which I have seen, and it actually ends up being like $7,000, the max is $5,000. Yep, you get it on your last check. Yep. Yes. Uh-huh. Good question. So she's asking about benefits termination date and when that happens to be. So this is based on our pay periods. Unfortunately, I don't have a pay period calendar in front of me, but just to give you an idea, generally, we have 2-week pay period. If you retire within that time frame, your benefits are not going to terminate on your retirement date. Instead, there's a benefits termination date which correlates with that pay period. In general, it's about 2 to 3 weeks after the date that you leave employment that your benefits terminate. So she's asking you 31 days from your benefits termination date to continue life insurance. That is correct. So your benefits termination date is not your retirement date or your last date of employment. It can be anywhere from 2 to 3 weeks afterwards, just depends on the pay period. And then again, 31 days to continue life insurance coverages, that applies to your benefits termination date, not your employment termination date. Yeah. Yes, let me look at I always like to go back to the specific wording here. Yes, so the retiree leave conversion program, that calculation starts after the 225 hours. So at 226 hours, that's when the calculation would begin, up to $5,000, excuse me. You would get paid the whole 150 up to that 225. And then once you reach 225 is when the calculation begins. In the back? Oh, yes, it includes the retiree leave conversion program applies to sick, personal, and vacation days. So great, if you've been building those hours over the years, it definitely pays out, literally. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah, good question. So she asked during open enrollment, she had elected an HSA, but she's planning to elect, you said in July, right? Planning to elect Medicare in July. So that's the 7th month of the year. So we would actually want to waive your HSA starting in January. That includes that 6-month period. So that way you don't receive any ineligible contributions. And what we can do is if you notify us in advance, the specialist that you speak with will make note of it and then be reminded on the day that they need to waive your HSA. And then we'll send you a confirmation email letting you know that it's been waived and you can avoid any ineligible contributions. But just wanting to go back 6 months, essentially. Yeah. Hmm? Yeah, good question. So she said, I have an insurance plan that requires an HSA. So if you have one of our high deductible plans, it's actually not a requirement to have an HSA. You can have one of our CDHP plans without having an HSA. So if we would need to waive it for Medicare purposes, your CDHP plan would still be intact. You just would not receive any Medicare or any HSA contributions. And your personal contributions as well. Yes. Right. We would seize both employee and employer contributions. Unfortunately, the IRS deems both ineligible. So we would waive both. But as I stated earlier, you still have those funds that have been contributed in the account to use. They won't go away just because you waive your HSA. Yes. Yep. So she's asking if insurance still covers you if the state requires an HSA. So we don't actually require an HSA with our plans. It's just something that you, well, I don't think yeah, it's not that we require an HSA. It's just if you have a CDHP plan, you're qualified for one. But if you have our traditional plan, then you don't qualify for an HSA. Does that answer it? Okay. Yeah. Mhm. So you're asking if they receive the lump sum in January and they're eligible in January, correct? Is that what you're? Mhm. So Medicare also will backdate to the first of the month. So that's why it's important, if you were needing to waive your HSA in January, we would want to get it waived on January 1st. So. Yes, you're correct. Yep, I did the math wrong. Well, and actually, so there is no limit. So you can receive the entire lump sum in January and then have your HSA waived in February. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, you sure can. Excuse me, sorry about that. Let's see. Yeah, because there, as long as you don't exceed your maximum contribution, we actually have employees who do that at the end of the year. They're like, oh, wow, I'm $2,000 short of the maximum for my HSA. I'll just go ahead and put $2,000 in November and December, so I reach the max. Same thing, Medicare, there is no limit. So you are free to reach your contribution amount and then waive it afterwards. It's just as long as it's waived prior to when your Medicare coverage would begin. I am looking, I have my Medicare and you, I told you I'm obsessed. And I am looking through here and I don't see anything about having like a maximum in the year before you waive. And that's something that we do frequently. Yeah. I believe, I don't want to answer for sure because I am not the Social Security Administration, but I do believe you just have to let Social Security know in those 3 months what your plans are. You can defer, you just need to let them know that so you don't get auto enrolled, basically. Does that answer your question? Yes, and so you can avoid that penalty by having creditable state coverage. The CMS form that we talked about in the presentation. Once you turn this into Medicare, Social Security, they'll see that you've had creditable health coverage since you've turned 65, and that's how you can avoid that premium penalty. Does that help? Okay. Right, yeah. Mm-hmm. So you would actually, he asked when you would turn this form in. You actually would turn this in with your application for Social Security or Medicare. And it can be whenever you're 70. If you decide, hey, I'm going to get on Medicare now or get my Social Security benefits, I've reached full age. Whenever you submit your application to Social Security, they would also request this form from you. That's when you would send it to us. We'd get it filled out and you can turn it in as well. Okay, yeah. So you can actually have, she asked it how to avoid a lapse in coverage when switching from state coverage to Medicare. You can actually have both state coverage and Medicare coverage at the same time. At that point, you would have dual coverage, which is allowed as long as it's not state coverage that you have elsewhere. But you can have Medicare and state coverage together. One of those would be the primary payer. So you would have two payers on any medical claims. And then at that point, also, if you decide to elect Medicare, that's considered a qualifying life event. And at that point, we could waive your state coverages if you wanted to just continue with Medicare. Yeah, no problem. Yep. Mhm. When we're waiving the HSA. So he asked, when we waive the HSA, does it waive both employee and employer contributions? And yes, reason being, it goes back to the IRS not allowing any type of contribution to an HSA if your Medicare coverage is active. Yes, behind him. Mhm. Okay. Good question. So she said that she'll be eligible for Medicare 4 months before her husband is, and she covers her husband. So her question was, can I remove myself and just have my husband covered by state health insurance? Unfortunately, the answer is no to that. The employee must have coverage in order to have dependents. Now, you can still elect Medicare while you're covered by our state coverage. It just goes back to that. Excuse me, you would have a primary payer and then a secondary payer for any medical claims. Did I answer your question all the way? I feel like I'm leaving something out. Okay. So she's asking, she heard that if you don't apply for Medicare when you're eligible, that's when you get the penalty. So this only applies if you are Medicare eligible and you don't have creditable health coverage. So it goes back to this CMS form that you'll fill out whenever you apply, whenever that is, at whatever age. And then whenever you turn this in, the Social Security office will see, oh, they've had credible coverage. They don't need a penalty. Because when you pay that penalty for Medicare, you haven't had any health insurance. So it's likely you're going to have higher health costs because you haven't had any insurance. So that's the reason for the penalty. But if you've had health insurance, then it's more likely you've been taking care of yourself. So you're not going to have that premium penalty. Yeah. Up front. Yes. Right. Exactly. Exactly. So she was saying that she's heard from Social Security and the other sources out there that, they're only penalizing you if you've had a lapse in coverage. So meaning you were uninsured, and that's totally correct. So as long as your state coverage is in effect until your Medicare begins, that's how you'll avoid the penalty. Yes. No stupid questions. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So he's asking, when does the penalty come in once you turn 65 and you don't elect Medicare, but then you choose to? It goes back to that being uninsured. So if you were to lose your coverage with the state and then wait a couple months and get on Medicare, then at that point you would pay the penalty because you've been uninsured for a number of months. But as long as your state coverage goes until your Medicare begins, that's how you avoid the penalty. You know, it definitely can be. And I will tell you too, I don't know, Janet, do they have a presentation from SHIP at all? No. There is a really good program that Indiana offers, and it's called SHIP. Of course, we're the state, we have a ton of acronyms. This acronym stands for State Health Insurance Assistance Program, SHIP, like a boat. If you just Google like Indiana SHIP Medicare, you should be able to pull up their contact information. What it is, it's a hotline just like us in benefits. Only thing is, they cover all Indiana residents, and any questions that you have about Medicare or Medicaid, they are trained volunteers who sit there and answer the phone, and any questions that you may have that you don't feel like, you know, would be appropriate for the Social Security office, anything like that. You can definitely give them a call and get advice if you need it. It's SHIP is what it's called, like a bow, SHIP, State Health Insurance Assistance Program. I always, when I'm on the hotline, if I get Medicare questions that don't directly involve state coverage, I'm like, hey, contact SHIP, because they're great. They really are. Over here. Mhm. Okay. Yeah. Nice little plug for me. Yeah, I would definitely recommend. Well, and I've heard that from employees too who have called Social Security. Sometimes they call and get one answer and then call and get another. So, I mean, it's always a good idea. Use all of your resources. And if you call the hotline and you get a specialist who might not be as experienced as I am in Medicare, they will definitely forward you over to me, which is not a problem. I totally enjoy talking about this. I could do it all day. So please, if you have any questions or concerns, we would much rather mitigate those before they turn into something larger. And Janet, how much time do we have? Okay, just a couple more questions. I'll go, let's see. Right, yep, you.
So my husband,
Uh-huh,
he has,
uh-huh,
and
okay,
so he,
uh-huh.
I turned 65 for,
Yep,
does the age of,
good question. So her question is, she is the spouse of an employee, and they receive HSA contributions. Her spouse is still working, not getting Medicare, but she's about to get Medicare. So if the employee is not receiving Medicare, you may have an HSA. The employee is the trigger for the HSA eligibility questions. So if you are the employee and you have an HSA, as long as you aren't on Medicare, you can continue receiving contributions, even if your spouse is on Medicare. Okay, maybe just one more. Yeah. Do you have? Mhm. This is a good question, yes. So he asked, you get that big pre-fund into your HSA in January from the state, which is amazing. But whenever you go to waive your HSA in March because of Medicare, that HSA pre-fund technically covers 6 months of the year. So you do not have to pay that back. You received it in January. Your Medicare was not active in January. So as long as your Medicare is not active, you can receive HSA contributions. And you don't have to worry about getting that pre-fund amount and then waiving it in February. You would still have your pre-fund amount. You received that in a month when Medicare was not active. Does that help? Perfect. Okay, well, thank you. You guys have been a great group. Definitely, like I said, there are no stupid questions. We are more than happy to help before a situation turns worse. So please give us a call at the hotline.
So today I'm going to share some ideas and thoughts with you about long-term care insurance, kind of explain what it is, why it's important and what you should think about. Excuse me. So as I'm, sharing this information with you, if you have a question right then, it triggers something, go ahead, raise your hand and I'll answer your question right then. So long-term care. So of all the things you've learned today, all the things you got to think about as you're headed for retirement, other than, going to Hawaii and all that sort of thing, you need to think about, unfortunately, what is your health going to be looking like and as you go down the road and years down the road? We don't anticipate having poor health or having mental deterioration, but those things happen. We all know that as we age, our bodies eventually wear out or our minds kind of deteriorate. So those are issues that we need to really think about. So what is long-term care? Long-term care is not health insurance. That's, health insurance are things that conditions that you have. You go to the doctor, you get prescriptions, you get procedures, treatment, so forth. Long-term care are services and supports that we receive because we have those conditions and they make us unable to perform activities of daily living, or we have a cognitive impairment. So what are activities of daily living? They're defined as 6 things that we do every day, we take for granted, don't give it a second thought until we're no longer able to do those things. So they're eating, bathing, dressing, moving, like getting up out of the chair or the couch, moving from here to there, going to the bathroom and taking care of personal habits, so forth. So if we have problems doing those activities by ourselves, you can't call the doctor up and get a prescription, for that to help you through that. So you're going to need maybe some assistance, somebody to come into the home to help you take care of those activities. And so you can stay at home. That's when something comes up, that's where we want to be. We want to be able to stay in our home and continue with our lives with some assistance. So that's where the need, for long-term care services are. Or you could have some mental deterioration as well. As I said, it's not health insurance. So Charlotte did a really good job when she was talking about Medicare. Medicare is the government program for health insurance for seniors. So health insurance are things that we get in order to hopefully get better. If you're receiving long-term care services, there is no expectation that you're going to get better. I mean, you're just getting services to help you remain independent as long as possible. And there's different levels of long-term care services. Could start out, maybe you've had a cancer. And so you're weak, you need someone to come in, help fix some meals for you, help you take a shower, so forth. So that could be just a few days a week, few hours a day. Then that could progress up. You may need to go to an adult daycare center, assisted living, all the way up to 24-hour care for a nursing home stay. So there's different levels, different ways you can get these services for long-term care. So if you're like me, I'm thinking, and that's not me. I'm never going to need that. Well, that's what we hope so, but that's not true. The statistics show that 70% of the people over 65 will need some level of long-term care. So I think for a lot of us, when we think of long-term care, probably what comes to mind is, oh, I remember grandma, we went to visit her in the nursing home. Aunt Jane, we had the old homes for elderly adults and so forth. So that's kind of the mental picture I think that a lot of us have of long-term care. And that has totally changed over the years. So most of the care now is not delivered in a nursing home. It's delivered at home or like adult daycare or assisted living. So like I say, it's more care, not necessarily 24-hour care, but maybe just more of a limited basis. So 70% of the population over age 65 will probably need some level of long-term care. That is just about every one of us. I think this next figure is interesting, that 40% of the people right now that are on long-term care, getting long-term care services, are the ages between 18 and 64. Well, how can that be? Why is that? Well, accidents happen, and you could be in a car accident, dive in a pool, be paralyzed. You could have some mental deterioration, have a condition that maybe not be long lasting. Like I say, maybe you have a heart attack. So these days, unless it's a pretty massive heart attack, you're probably going to survive that heart attack, but you may not have the strength that you want to have, it once had. You have to do some recovery, so you're going to need some assistance. So all those types of diseases, can happen to impair your ability to remain independent. So certainly when, we talk about young people, that's certainly a reality. That I saw a picture recently of Michael J. Fox. I think he got an award. He was diagnosed, I think maybe in his early 40s, late 30s with, I think it was multiple. Yeah, right. So we've certainly have seen how his has his, his condition has deteriorated. But yeah, he was a very young individual diagnosed with that type of disease. I think the next one's also interesting, that 50% more women than men are going to need long-term care services. Phil, can you venture a guess why that might be? Why would more women need long-term care than men? Oh, because he said because men drive women crazy. That's probably true. I would go along with that. Pardon me? Eat more meat. Okay. All right. Another good response. I was kind of thinking on the lines that women, we live longer. So we're more prone to have these conditions and disabilities affect us because on the average, we live about 5 years longer than men. So, so longevity is one reason. Also, women are much more prone to conditions for needing long-term care services like bone fractures, osteoporosis, you can break a hip. So we're much more likely to have those conditions that enable us not to be able to take care of ourselves as well. So that's, I think, also interesting enough, Alzheimer's, excuse me, Alzheimer's, women were twice as likely, more likely to be diagnosed with Alzheimer's than men. That could go back to because men kind of drive us that way or something. I don't know. So, okay. Yeah. So conditions, longevity, and also, typically women, whether we're the spouse or the adult daughter, or we're typically a caregiver. So we tend to forget or not take care of ourselves because we're, trying to provide that care to our loved ones. And so boom, then all of a sudden, those conditions kind of hit us right then because we've kind of neglected taking care of our own health. So really, so long-term care really is more important for women that you get that than men. Okay. Another interesting statistic that every day up to the year 2030, 10,000 of us baby boomers will be turning age 65. The baby boomer generation were huge. It's huge population. So many things that we affect in this country because we're baby boomers. Savings, retirement, services we want, things like that. So more and more people as we age and these baby boomers, we're going to be turning to those services that we might need. So the next statistic is actually my statistic, and I'm saying that 100% of us are going to be impacted by long-term care. We could need the services ourselves. We could be a caregiver, or we could still be working and paying taxes for those government programs that provide the majority of long-term care services, Medicaid and Medicare. So we could have all those three roles separately, or we could be in all three categories at the same time. So, and it's interesting too, that this need for long-term care is just not affecting people in the United States. It's worldwide. Japan, Germany, the whole world is affected by this increasing need for long-term care insurances. Okay, so how much in the world does long-term care cost? Unless you've experienced someone, that's been in a nursing home or in these services, I mean, most of us don't have a clue how much long-term care can cost. So these are averages. So for Indiana, so for a nursing home, 24-hour stay, about $8,000 to $9,000 a month. That's a whole lot of money that we don't necessarily have tucked away in our back pocket that we were going to plan on for those types of services, because we were going to be traveling and doing all this neat stuff as we retire. But it's a huge expense. And when it hits you, it kind of hits you all of a sudden. So a huge amount of money. Going down that from the level of care, assisted living, $4,000 to $5,000 a month. Here again, $60,000 a year, a lot of money. Even just home health care. Like I say, you had some disease, you need somebody to come in 2 or 3 hours a day, 2 or 3 days a week to help you with some of those services. That can cost $300 or $400 a week for just those types of services. Here again, not something we really probably have factored into our expenses as we're retiring. So pretty expensive. So now that we know that a lot of us are going to be affected and need long-term care services and that it's pretty expensive, how do you go about paying for long-term care if you need those types of services? Well, first of all, there's really only about 4 ways, I think. You can pay for it out of your own pocket, whatever money you've saved up, investments, whatever, just, start paying for it out of your own pocket. You could rely on family members to help you. So each of these 4 ways have some pros and cons. So relying on family members, lots of issues with that. So because we're such a diverse population anymore, we may not even live in the same community that our children do. So they may be, another state over. You just need a little bit of help, but they can't run over, that evening and help you do whatever. So you maybe have to look in for outside help because family is not available. We'd like for family to do it instead of calling in for some outside help, but the practicality of it is that, family just may not be available. And if we do have adult children in our area, they have their own commitments, their own lives, their own financial responsibilities. So it just may not be feasible for a family to do that. The other thing when I'm going to talk about family, because I get those quite a bit, is that, okay, that's great, we have family, So I'll use myself as an example. I have 3 adult sons, which means I have 3 daughter-in-laws. So 2 of them, we get along great. The other one, I don't think I would want to live with them. I don't think I'd ask her to take care of me. So you have those issues, do you get along with everybody? Does the other spouse, would they be willing to, have their husband come over every night and do all these things for you and so forth? So that's another issue, just that family dynamics. Also, if you're an adult daughter, I was in that situation taking care of my father. He passed away at 98, just as sharp as a tack mentally. Did always investing, banking, everything right up to the very last minute. But physically, his body was deteriorating, couldn't move around as much. And, I physically could not move him around. And I certainly was not going to help him take a shower. So we had to have outside help, even though in my heart, I would say, I will do anything for you. In practicality, that just did not work. So here again, you have that issue of dignity, both for the caregiver, if you're a family member, and for the insured as well. Okay, second way to pay for long-term care services is Medicare. Cheryl explained, it is the government's health insurance program for seniors. Very limited, if any, for long-term care services, because health insurance is designed to get you better. And if you're getting long-term care, you're not going to get better. You're just trying to cope with staying at home and, with those activities that make you limited in your abilities. So in order for Medicare to pay for any type of long-term care services, you have to have had a prior 3-day hospital stay, need skilled care for the same thing that you're in the hospital for. So if you broke your hip and you're in the hospital, you had surgery, you got the pins, everything. So your hip's doing pretty good, but you need some, when you get home, you need some help getting out of the shower. Probably Medicare would not be paying for that. So here again, it's a very limited and very restricted amount. And if they do pay for it, they pay for the first 20 days, 100% if you're needing skilled care. After that, there's a pretty hefty copay. So on average, Medicare pays for long-term care type of services for only about less than 7 days. Because people call me all the time. They say, oh, when I turn 65 and I have to go to a nursing home, I have Medicare. I will have Medicare. No, that's not true. He said, oh, yeah, and it pays it for, at least 20 days. No, again, that is not true as well. A big misconception about Medicare. So as state employees, we probably know a little bit about Medicaid. Here again, another government program to pay for health insurance and long-term care services. Medicaid is the biggest payer of Medicaid services, and then followed by private insurance as well. So Medicaid is huge. Lots of people getting Medicaid type services. So one of the issues with Medicaid is that it's paid by our tax dollars. And the funding is up in question. So, how much money will be going into the Medicaid budget for long-term care services, because there are so many other groups that are receiving Medicaid benefits as well. So future funding for Medicaid is up in the question. How much would be directed for long-term care services? Okay. The other thing with Medicaid is once you become a Medicaid beneficiary, then you have to get those services that Medicaid provides and you go to those facilities that are Medicaid licensed. So if you, for some whatever reason, you need to go to a nursing home, there's one just down the street here that would be very convenient. You've checked it out. It's pretty nice. If you become a Medicaid beneficiary, if they do not have any Medicaid beds approved, then you would not be able to go there. You would have to go, if you're on a Medicaid, you would have to go to a facility that has been Medicaid approved and has room for you. Okay, the third way to pay for long-term care services is an insurance policy. Just like we have insurance to help offset any claims we might have for our home or auto or health insurance, you could purchase a long-term care policy as well. Oh, let me go back one slide here. I guess the downside to a long-term care insurance policy is the cost. Not only is it expensive to get long-term care services, but also a long-term care insurance policy can be, cost quite a bit. And it's something that you are paying for that you may not necessarily use. So it's kind of like if you didn't use it, you think, oh man, I've paid all this money out for this policy. I've never used it. So that's kind of a negative on that aspect of it. But also I tell people, well, yes, that is true. But with my homeowners, I have never had a claim on my homeowners for, 50 years or whatever. But I certainly would not cancel that as well because you're paying for that protection. Okay, so if you're thinking about long-term care, how would you go about, checking into it, getting a long-term care insurance policy? There's different ways. You could get what they call a traditional long-term care policy. So it pays for if you need someone to come in, help you take a shower, help you get dressed, if you need assisted living, or if you need to go to a nursing home. So it would pay for those types of services as well. So a traditional standalone policy, that's all that it pays for is long-term care type of services. So it's called a traditional standalone policy. A step above that is the partnership long-term care policy. Works just like a traditional standalone policy, but it has some added benefits for the consumer in it that are not available for a traditional policy. And I'll get a little bit more into about the partnership policy. Or you could buy what they call a hybrid or a combo product where you have some underlying life insurance or annuity benefits, then it'll pay out some limited amount of long-term care benefits. You could get a life insurance policy that if you needed long-term care, it would start paying long-term care and then decrease your life benefit as well. So that's another way to get long-term care insurance covered. Or you could just get a life policy and add it on a long-term care rider as well. One of the issues with the combo or the hybrid products is that maybe at the age that you're going to get a long-term care policy, you don't really need a lot more life insurance. You don't really have a lot of the money up front to put down for annuity. Because your money is being divided between life insurance and annuity and long-term care. So you can't get as much long-term care for your buck with a combo product as you would with a standalone policy. Okay, so you're kind of thinking you're leaning that way. I'm thinking, well, I think I'm going to check this out. I'm going to see what it would be for a long-term care policy. What are the premiums based on? These factors, your health status. So insurance companies, they're trying to project out 30 years down the road, what's your health going to be like? What's your lifestyle going to be like? So they look a lot at your current health history as well as family history. Do you have a history of Alzheimer's in your family? Are you already suffering from some joint arthritis? Who isn't at this age, but but is it severe? So that's another thing to look at. If you already have a health condition, that doesn't necessarily mean that you cannot get a long-term care policy, because maybe you've had cancer, maybe it's been several years ago. So that's one thing they look at. So each insurance company underwrites differently. They look at different health conditions differently. So if you have a couple of health conditions, are they being controlled by medications? That's better than having high blood pressure not being controlled. So health status is a pretty important aspect when they're rating or giving you a premium for a long-term care policy. Benefit period. Benefit period really is just kind of a math factor that you pick. 3 years, 4 years, and they're saying if you picked, oops, I skipped there. Let me go back up. Health factors. Okay, we talked about the health and then your age when they're setting the premium based on your age. Like anything, the older you get, the more expensive it is. So that's one of the factors that come into play when they're setting the premium. Policy benefits. what benefits are you picking? Are you choosing a pretty rich policy? That's going to have an impact. And also, which insurance company do you choose? As I mentioned, each insurance company has different underwriting guidelines. No one's really going to be way cheaper. If they are, that's not a good sign, or way higher. Going to, try and stay middle of the road. But, sometimes one insurance company will package things together. Other times an insurance company will make them separate. So it depends on the company you choose. So those are the 4 factors that go into the premium. When you're looking at choosing benefits, one of the things that you choose is your daily benefit or a monthly benefit. So let's say you're going to choose $300 a day. So I want a policy that's going to pay $300 a day if I'm in a nursing home, 200, whatever you choose. So that's one of the things that you choose. You could choose a policy that's expressed in terms of a monthly benefit, $3,000 a month. So my kind of feeling is that a monthly policy benefit is better, because let's say your policy benefit is $300 a day. So the most they'll pay is $300. So if it's $300, cost you $320 a day, you got to pay the other $20 out of your pocket. If you have a monthly benefit, you have to exhaust the whole monthly benefit and not just the daily benefit. So you have the opportunity to keep that money in the pot if you've not exhausted it on a daily benefit. So that's just one thing to keep in mind. I think kind of maybe that a monthly benefit is better than to get a policy that's expressed in terms of per day. Okay, going back to that benefit period I was talking about, it's really kind of a math factor. So let's say you pick a policy, it's $300 a day, and I have a 4-year benefit period. So I get this call a lot. So if I'm in the nursing home and it's paying for 4 years, is my policy done? Am I done? Well, I got Alzheimer's. Well, what's going to happen to me after 4 years? No, not really. They're just saying when they express that we're going to pay up to $300 a day. And we expect that if we paid that, your policy would last about 4 years. So it's really just kind of a math factor to get to your policy amount. So to get your total pot of money, your total benefits available to you, they take your daily benefit, 300 times 365 days in a year, times 3 years, 4 years, and they come up with, let's say, 450,000. That's your pot of money available to use as benefits. So if you're getting home health, they're taking out of that. If you're getting nursing home, they're taking benefits out of that. So if you're getting a $300 a day benefit, but if you're only using home health services and they're only charging $100 a day, then your 4 years is going to last longer because your pot of money isn't decreasing as fast. So that benefit period here again is just really kind of a math factor. Elimination period. That's kind of an important feature that you look at when you're designing your policy benefits. It's like a deductible with our health insurance. How many days are you receiving services before the insurance will kick in? Typically, you might choose a 30-day period, a 90-day. So the higher the period, the less expensive the policy because you're paying for it first out of your pocket before the insurance company kicks in. So 30 days is pretty much right now industry standard for an elimination period. Here again, it's just like a deductible. Inflation factor, that's a pretty important feature. So it increases your benefits by a certain percent, 3%, 4%. So you want your benefits to increase because, what did we buy 10 years ago that costs the same as 10 years ago? So as we go forward down the road, hopefully you'll never need your policy, but if you're going to need it in 15, 20 years, you want that $300 a day to be increasing by a certain amount to keep up with the cost of inflation for long-term care. So the only thing about inflation is it's a good thing because it increases your benefit, but there is a cost to it. It really does add to their premium cost for your policy. Okay, so in my example here, I had used a $200 a day benefit with a 4-year benefit period, a 90-day elimination, a 3% compound inflation. So it took $200 a day times 365 days in a year times 4 years, and that gives you a total amount available of $292,000. So they're going to pay on this policy up to $200 a day. If they're paying out $200 a day because you're in a nursing home, your pot of money is going to last about 4 years. If they pay $100 a day because you're just getting some home health, then your policy, your bucket of money, your pot of money probably could last about 8 years. So it's all, the important feature is your pot of money, your bucket of money. And then if you have inflation added on, then that bucket is going to grow every year. Okay, so a little bit about what the partnership program is. And like I said, it's partnership policies are a special kind of a standalone long-term care policy that have some added consumer benefits in them. They're not available with our traditional policy. So the whole idea of partnership was that government and industry wanted to come together back in the 80s and encourage people to take personal responsibility for their long-term care costs. Back in the 80s, there was a huge drain on the Medicaid budget for long-term care, and that has not let up. It still continues, a big drain on Medicaid budget. So the idea was, okay, and back in the 80s when this started, long-term care was really just a baby. The concept really hadn't developed yet. So the policies were very limited, basically nursing home policies, and you couldn't compare one company to another. So the idea was like, okay, we need to inform and educate the population about what long-term care is. We need to encourage people to take personal responsibility for their services. And if all that happens, then hopefully we can reduce the spending on from Medicaid for long-term care services. Because you know, the Medicaid is financed by taxes from workers. So as we baby boomers are retiring, the base for the workers is shrinking. I mean, there's very few workers that are supporting this huge base of baby boomers. So the amount of dollars going into Medicaid budgets is shrinking. So we want to try and encourage people to, you know, pay for their own long-term care policies. So all that, Indiana, there's 4 states that developed a partnership program. And what it was working with the insurance companies to develop some really high-grade long-term care policies that had some special incentives in them so people would purchase that. Currently, there's now about 47 states that have a partnership program. And the main feature of a partnership program is this idea of asset protection. So if you have to apply to Medicaid, because it's government funded using taxpayers' money, Medicaid looks to see if you can qualify, and you're only allowed to have a limited amount of assets and still qualify for Medicaid. But with a partnership policy, if you have that policy, it allows you to keep more of your assets and still qualify for Medicaid. So that's a plus, and there's no cost for that. It's kind of like a thank you. Wow, we're glad you bought this long-term care policy that had this good level of benefits. And in the event that you use all your benefits up and you need to apply to Medicaid because you don't have any kids around that can help you out and so forth, then you're allowed to keep more of your assets, more than that $2,000 or $3,000, and still qualify for Medicaid. So that's the crux of the partnership program, is that Medicaid asset protection. Indiana, we're kind of unique in our partnership program. We're one of the 4 original states. I think that kind of says a lot. There was New York, California, Connecticut, and then Indiana. How we got in that mix of those big states. But we started our program, our partnership program, in 1993. We have 2 kinds of asset protection. One is called dollar for dollar and one's called total asset. So dollar for dollar means you have a long-term care partnership policy. You use all your benefits up. You have Alzheimer's, let's say, you need continued services. How are you going to pay for it? You don't really have enough money, you know, to pay for your long-term care services. Family's not around. you may have to choose to apply to Medicaid, but you have $1 million sit in the bank. You know, you don't want to have to dispose of that $1 million in order to qualify for Medicaid. If you have a total asset policy, you can keep your $1 million and still qualify for Medicaid. If you have a dollar for dollar asset policy, whatever amount had been paid out of your insurance policy and benefits, that's how much asset protection you have. 400,000, 300, whatever. So Indiana is unique in that we have those two kinds of asset protection. No other state has that model. So not only do you have with a partnership policy, not only do you have protection applying to Medicaid, but also on the back end as well. So if you become a Medicaid beneficiary, Medicaid is required by the federal government to go back to your estate if you die and try and recoup any funds that they have paid out, because you know it's taxpayer dollars. If you have a partnership policy, you are exempt from Medicaid estate recovery. They cannot go back and try to recoup any money that has been paid out from Medicaid. Also, if you have a partnership policy, you do get a state tax deduction, and you also may qualify for a federal tax deduction. So this is only, all these things only apply to a partnership long-term care policy. So the question is, okay, I have a long-term care policy. What if I move to Florida? That's fine. You have a contract, you have a legal contract, a policy, so you can move to Florida and still get long-term care services. What if I have a partnership and I decide that I'm going to have to apply to Medicaid? So this law was passed, the National Reciprocity, which gives portability to that asset protection. So if I'll pick on Phil because I work with Phil, so that's why I'm picking on Phil. So if Phil has a partnership policy, he's retired to Florida, he uses all his benefits up, he decides that he has to apply to Medicaid. He can stay in Florida and still have asset protection on a dollar for dollar basis. So that's what the reciprocity means. It gives some portability to that asset protection. You could move to another state. Yeah. The premium, what is the state tax deduction on? It's on the insurance premium that you pay for your long-term care policy. Thank you. Was there another question over there? Okay, so that's the, and on the reciprocity, it's only on a, between state, that's only on a dollar for dollar asset model, because Indiana is the only state that has the total. So if you move to Ohio, Michigan, then they would honor your asset protection on a dollar for dollar basis. Okay, so, you know, we've talked about, you know, you probably might be needing some long-term care down the services or down the road. It's kind of expensive to pay for long-term care. And we've talked about some different ways that you can get those services covered. Also, other resources would be the internet. You can go out there and find out who the leaders are in the long-term care insurance. Talk to other family members, other people that you know that have had maybe a loved one receiving long-term care, some of the things to be aware of. I would suggest maybe in your own area where you live, contact a nursing home, assisted living facility to find out what the heck do you charge per day if I had to come live here, you know, how much is it? That's a good resource. I'm with the Department of Insurance, and you know, I'd be glad to take phone calls and emails about questions. This booklet, it's called What You Should Know About Long-Term Care. That's on our website. It's a really good resource for you. And then also SHIP, you know, Charles mentioned the Senior Health Assistance Program. They're an excellent resource as well. All right, okay. When I say long-term care professionals, if you know someone in that business, here again, your financial advisor, so forth, they're a good resource. Not all insurance professionals specialize in long-term care. You may have a great insurance agent that does your car insurance, but long-term care, when you're thinking about that, you're just not going through and checking off boxes. I want this benefit, you're trying to think down the road, what's my health going to be like? What's my lifestyle? What's my family situation, and so forth. So lots of other emotional issues go into when you're thinking about long-term care policy. Do we have any questions? I might mention this, the state as a benefit for retirees, or even as an active employee, they do not offer a long-term care policy. So that's not available to us. You would have to go out, and contact an individual or a company on your own to get a long-term care policy. Not a lot of companies anymore are writing long-term care. A lot of them are getting out of the business. So you probably just go on the internet and see the best, highly rated long-term care companies and find out, get a few names like that. Question? Yeah. Okay, the question was, what's the average cost for a long-term care policy? Question I hate, because it depends on those 4 factors: your health, your age, the benefits you choose. Pardon me? A range. So that policy I talked about, like a $200 or $300 day for 4 years with a 90-day elimination, I would say you're probably in your 60s. I would say you're probably looking at an annual premium of probably about $2,000, $2,500. Yeah. Does the premium change as you age? No. It is not a guaranteed premium. So it is subject to rate increases. We've seen a lot of rate increases lately because, these were policies that were written 30 years ago, and some of the factors they used were off. But they rate them initially with the anticipation that there would be no rate increase, but they're not guaranteed no rate increases. Yeah. The question was, are there rating services for long-term care companies versus likes or reviews? Yeah, there's 3 to 4 well-known rating agencies that will rate, give them like A+ and A- and all the way down. That's a good question because yes, for long-term care especially, you should look at a company that has a very strong financial rating. Yeah. It's hard for them to determine the premium for long-term care because they're trying to look 40, 50 years down the road, what things are going to be like. And, and things change constantly. So, yes. As far as companies that offer the partnership program, currently we only have 2 companies that are writing long-term care. It's Thrivent Financial and Bankers Life and Casualty. The whole long-term care market across the country is really tightened up. There's just only a few companies that write any long-term care at all anymore. So the interest rates has been one of the factors in it. So yeah, we only have 2 right now. So we are actively looking at making changes to our partnership program that we hope will encourage more carriers to get into the market. I thought I saw one more hand. Okay, the question was if we have a policy currently that was not one of those 2 companies, is it no longer a partnership? I think was the question. So at one time, we had 10 companies writing partnership policies. So once you have a partnership policy, unless you reduce benefits, then you still have a partnership policy. Let's say Genworth. Genworth was is the largest writer, was a largest writer of long-term care, have a lot of partnership policies. They're not currently writing long-term care, but you still, even though they're not writing, you still have a partnership policy. Okay, I think that my time is up. I appreciate it. I know you guys have gotten a lot of information, a lot of stuff to think about. So I appreciate your questions. Give me a call, shoot me an email. Be glad to help you whenever I can. Thank you.
All right, we're gonna take a quick break. Come back at 3:15. We'll hear. Whoops.
Get a rate increase?
I did, but it was like $5. It went from $87 to $93. So. Probably 10 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Lucky.
I've had it for a long time.
Did you get the class action lawsuit letter?
Yeah, but I don't know if I did anything with it. I figure it's probably like gonna be $2.50 or something, so, yeah.
Nothing. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, no,
All right.
good,
Okay.
awesome. Thank you, Rebecca.
Let them know I can't hear you. I think there was an interpreter. That light, couple light over there keep flickering.
Does it? Okay.
Ignoring.
I'm sorry.
Let me walk the interpreter.
I'm
I want
sorry.
to let them fix it for the next time, them the people, it will bother them. I'm thinking about the next people.
I appreciate that.
Okay, I want to be aware.
Yes.
I'm thankful with 3 wonderful interpreters.
Good, good. Thank you.
I know Andy.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Information.
I agree. Yes, 3:15.
That's the main one. I don't want to know every once in a while. That's the main one. Question I kind of confusing. I learned something about full-time benefit. If you work till you're 6 to 8 months, but then the rest of it after 5 for Medicare, and you're 65. That is quick. I know Medicare is under Social Security. From my wife, and now we have this certain word. Medicare perfect today. Too bad. You part of the government? The state is government. State government. You know, my wife has filed with the state government for 15 years. She was the first representative for 4 decades. I'm down for some representatives. I'm also gathering taken care of by the state. I mean, hit cancer, didn't live on cancer, yeah, so that's probably good. Mother, she had Alzheimer's. My dad just passed away with Alzheimer's just recently. My mom's not well, so it's very hard to watch. I told her about the light. There's 3 of them. I told her that was the 3. I know. You see that? But you got great people that can do that. A lot of overwhelming.
Yes, that one works.
I think it works. Oh, goodness. I think we have about 70 for Monday so far. Yeah.
Touch that. That's just in case.
Okay.
I have been up
Oh, really?
and then I'm like,
Oh, wow.
how professional.
All right. Oh, goodness. All right. Well, we're ready for Kim's presentation. This is my friend, Kim Rumpel. She and I have been doing this gig here together for about 10 years on and off. For those agencies who she has come to meet with you individually, some of those were my agencies, so you're welcome. So I'll let her go ahead and do her thing.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay? Are we good? Okay. So you guys have heard Social Security, Medicare, long-term care, right? The list goes on and on. This is gonna be the shortest presentation all day. The good news is you don't have to do anything with your Who's Your Start account. Ta-da. That's it. I'm done. Okay, so in all seriousness, for those of you that know me, I've been with the Who's Your Start plan for 10 years, and I personally understand how important these decisions are that you have to start making. I'll just tell you a quick story. My mom and dad are divorced, have been since I was young, but my mom was a teacher for 23 years. And very, very, very early in my career, I was basically doing nothing of any consequence. My mom decided to quit teaching, and I didn't know anything about what she was doing at the time. She just kind of said, I'm going to quit. I'm like, well, okay, whatever. And 10 years later, she called me at the age of 57. I was farther into my career at that point, understood a little bit more. And she called me 10 years in and she said, Kim, my checks stopped. I said, what are you talking about? She said, my pension checks, they just stopped. She said, I have to go back to work. What are you talking about? Well, this can't happen to you, so don't get nervous. But at the time, she got her letter. She told PERF or TURF at the time that she was going to quit teaching. And they sent her a letter and they told her what her options were. She circled the highest monthly dollar amount, signed the form, quit working. It was a 10-year pension. Her pension stopped. So at 57, she had to go back to work. Okay. My dad, on the other hand, was a small business owner for much of my life, much of my teenage years. And he went back into the workforce. He sold the business, went back into the workforce, and he saved very, very well from about 47-ish. Conveniently, that's about the time of the divorce, to his later years. And fortunately, at his full Social Security age, he was able to leave work, retire, and he's been quite comfortable. My mom, by the way, is fine. Don't want to make that sound bad. She's okay. But I've seen everything right? So the decisions that you guys are faced with are very important. Now, like I said, I don't want you to be worried. You can't run out of your pension if you're eligible for one, but it's just highlights how important some of these decisions are. So I want to make, I mean, I know I made light of the idea that you don't have to do anything with your Hoosier Start account, and you don't. We'll talk about that. But I also want you to understand that I know how important some of these decisions are. So I will be a resource for you. You will have my contact information when we're done this afternoon. They have allowed an hour for me. I'm also not the last presenter. So I always tell Jana, I never think it's going to take an hour, but what I want to do is I want to open it up as we go through. You don't have to wait till the end. If you have a question, raise your hand. I'm very informal. For those of you that know me, I'm super informal. So you're not going to offend me. If you have questions, raise your hand. Let me know that. If I need to table it, I will tell you that. But I want this to be interactive. I can feed off of your energy just as much as you can feed off of mine. Okay. So let's talk about a few things. Well, let's go back. Hold on. Before we do that, let's talk just briefly about the transition from Empower Retirement to Nationwide. Okay. So I'm here as a representative of your Hoosier Start account. For those of you that know me, for the last 10 years, I wore an Empower Retirement jersey. Empower Retirement was the record keeper for your Hoosier Start plan for 17 years, 4 contracts with an extension for COVID. And the state auditor took your record keeping services out to bid last year, and Nationwide won that contract. Okay, we're going to talk about a couple of those things. But the reason that I bring that up is I am now a Nationwide employee. I look at myself more as a Hoosier Start employee because I'm here for you guys. I chose to stay so that I could stay with the Hoosier Start plan. With all due respect, I really don't care who pays my paychecks. I'm here kind of as a Hoosier Start employee more than anything. There have been a couple of changes between Empower Retirement and Nationwide, as some of you may be aware, but I want to highlight a couple things that have not changed. I am the sole survivor, so the rest of my team found other opportunities or have chosen to leave the workforce entirely. So we have a new team in place of retirement specialists that will help you throughout the state. I also want to tell you, for those of you that don't know me, I am not commissioned or bonused in any way based on what you do or don't do with your dollars. Okay. You can keep your account, move your account, contribute to your account, not contribute to your account. I don't get paid any differently. So everything that we talk about this afternoon is for your benefit, not mine. Okay. So the other thing that I want to touch on, I've had several calls the last few months, and I want to make sure that we are all clear before we go too much further. Your Hoosier Start account is administered by the Auditor of State's office. The transition to Nationwide is kind of like a name change. So for those of you that are old enough to remember when banks used to change names all the time, you'd walk in one day and it was one name, and you walked in another day and it was a different name, right? A lot of the same people were there. You went to the same branch to get your money, but there was a different name on the branch. That's kind of what happened. Okay, so the investment menu is the same. And before you ask me, the transition to Nationwide did not cause the volatility in your account. I've had an awful lot of phone calls about that. It's been a rocky 6 months. But I wanted to touch on the transition and make sure that we're all aware what my role is and what my role isn't. But also that there are very few changes other than a slight decrease in your fee and then a change in our lineup of retirement specialists. Okay. So one of the things I want to talk about, first of all, a lot of baby boomers are concerned about running out of money. If you've heard me speak, I always talk about how are we going to replace your income, and some of the income sources that you have coming, Social Security, pension, if you're eligible, you can't run out of, but you can certainly run out of your own money that you have saved. And you can also, in theory, you could outspend it if inflation gets a hold of the dollars, pension and Social Security. So we have to be really careful about that. Let's go forward. The other thing that we talk about in retirement planning is how much of your income you need to replace. I tell my clients, take your biweekly deposit multiplied by 26 pays. That is what you are used to having in income. And then do a mock budget, figure out what your expenses might look like when you're thinking about retiring, so that you can figure out how much of that biweekly pay you get every 2 weeks you're actually using or will need when you get ready to retire. For me, that's the first step. If somebody comes to me as a pre-retiree within 3 to 5 years of retirement, the first thing I might suggest they do is try to figure out what that budget might look like, because we need to figure out how much income you're going to need Then we can talk about how much income you're gonna have, and then we can figure out if there's a surplus or if there's a gap. And that will help you decide whether or not you're ready to actually sign the paperwork, okay? So pension, personal savings, your employer retirement plan, Social Security. Let's talk about those for just a moment. Some of you are eligible or will become eligible for a pension through the NPERS system. You heard from them this afternoon or this morning sometime. I'm not an NPERS employee. I do know an awful lot, but that's not egotistical. I just want to be available and answer some questions if we can about NPERS. We work together to help you get to your retirement goals. So if we meet one-on-one, we will talk about that. I will ask you to bring an NPERS or a PERF statement with you so that we can talk about what that pension amount might be. You will also hear us talk about personal savings. Your personal savings could be your Hoosier Start account. It could be personal IRAs that you have at banker brokerage firms. It could be old retirement accounts that you have at other employers. It could be personal savings that you have in a banker brokerage firm, money market account, CDs, et cetera. It could be any number of different ways that you are saving. Your employer retirement plan, you heard from NPERS this morning, and they talked to you about your defined contribution account. It was formerly known as the annuity savings account. I want to make sure, I wasn't here for the NPERS presentation. I apologize, I couldn't be here this morning, but I do want to clarify, and I hope this is clear after the presentation this morning. The dollars that you see in your defined contribution account with NPERS are not reflective of your pension. Are we good on that? Okay, I probably have a dozen people a year bring me their NPERS statement. And they say, well, they told me my pension is around $20,000. How can they pay me that for the rest of my life if my balance is only 80, right? That's because the money in the defined contribution account is completely separate from the pension that you will be due if you're eligible. Okay, we good? Okay, Social Security, you heard from those folks today. If that doesn't confuse you, I don't know what will. I have a whole team, my prior team and I, we asked Social Security to join us at a team meeting a few years ago before COVID. And combined, we have probably 120 years of experience, all collective total. And we thought we kind of had it. And Social Security came in, and 3 hours later, we were all dumbfounded, right? So there is a lot that goes into that. But the reason that I have this on here is as we think about retirement income streams, obviously this is a big one. But if we meet one-on-one, I will ask that you get your Social Security statement, and let's talk about that too. We're going to talk on another slide about some of the ages. I know that Social Security has gone through them as well, but hopefully this kind of brings everything together at the end of the day. So we're going to review some of that. But I will ask that you bring me an NPERS statement, a Social Security statement. If you have outside retirement account statements, bring those too. And remember the caveat that I told you, I'm not paid any differently. This is all for your benefit so that we can try to figure out what that looks like. Okay. Okay, so a couple of things. I always spend a few minutes talking about folks that are still working in retirement. I've already shared with you that I've seen every, end of the spectrum, not only personally, but professionally, folks in all different situations. The only thing that I touch on with part-time income, if you are thinking about working part-time in retirement, that's great. If it is voluntary and you are choosing to do so to supplement your income, by all means, I think that's a wonderful way to transition into retirement. What I do want to caution you about is if you are planning to work part-time as part of your retirement strategy, then I would ask you to reconsider that. Meaning if you are going to be dependent on part-time income to be comfortable in retirement, I would ask you to be very careful about that. There are any number of reasons that might not work out. If your health were to fail, if you have a spouse and you have to potentially take care of them, you may not be able to have the hours or the manpower to get to a part-time job. Aging parents is another issue that you may face. So I would just ask you, if you are thinking about working part-time in retirement as a way to retire, then meaning financially, you're going to be dependent on that income, I might ask you to rethink that a little bit and think about it more as a voluntary and maybe an add to your budget instead of depending on it. Does that make sense? Okay. Okay, so let's talk about your Hoosier Start account for a little bit. I kind of tongue in cheek got up here this afternoon and told you that you do not have to do anything with your Hoosier Start account. That is absolutely true. You can choose to keep your Hoosier Start account with the state. with whoever the record keeper is at the time. If it's still Nationwide in 4 years at the end of our contract and they renew the contract, you can keep it with Nationwide. If they decide on a different record keeper, that's above my pay grade and I don't get to be in those negotiations. So whoever the record keeper is at that time, just remember that your dollars are not dependent on Nationwide. It is part of the Hoosier Start plan and we are just the record keeper. But you can choose to keep your Hoosier Start with us as long as you'd like, okay? As a retiree, you get the same benefits that you do as an employee, okay? The last 2 contracts with Empower Retirement, your annual fee was $57.80. The new annual fee with Nationwide is $51, okay? We're not getting rich off $6.80, okay? However, the reason that I bring that up is because it is an example of how your auditor of state is working on your behalf to get you the best negotiated rates, fees, expenses, the team in place, the investment options that you have in your plan are vetted with a third-party investment consultant. You typically are not going to get that in the private sector with a banker or brokerage firm or an advisor outside of the plan. So be very careful about that. But you can keep your Hoosier Start account here as long as you'd like, okay? When you decide that you are ready to take money out of your account, you can contact Nationwide directly. You can take money out on a monthly basis, quarterly, semi-annual, annual. Some of you may not decide to take any money out at all in the beginning, and that is perfectly fine as well, okay? You can take monthly withdrawals and still take lump sum amounts. So if you decide that you need $500 a month to meet your budget expenses and you get 6 months into retirement and realize that it's actually less than that, you can reduce the amount. If you decide that the amount is less and you go on about your business for a few months, and let's say you're taking out $300 a month, but you have an expense that comes up that can't come out of your monthly budget. My husband just replaced, I don't know, 3 or 4 parts. He was texting me today. He's replacing all kinds of parts on his car. I don't know. So if you have expenses that come up and you need to take additional dollars out and you're taking a monthly withdrawal, you can still go into the account and take additional dollars out. Okay. Here is what I want you to know. I get several phone calls a year, rightfully so. And people say, I know what my Social Security check amount is. I figured out what my pension amount is going to be. How much is my check from Hoosier Start? And my answer is, how much do you want it to be? Okay. Because your Social Security check is predetermined. You don't get to call, I don't know if you all know this. You don't get to call Social Security and tell them how much you want, right? They tell you, okay? And your pension is predetermined by your years of service and your salary history. Same thing, right? With Hoosier Start, it's your money. How you spend it is up to you. Okay, so the good news is it's up to you. The bad news is it's up to you. Okay, so when the money's gone, we're done. Okay, I jokingly tell folks, if you have $100,000 in your account and you call me and tell you to send you $10,000 a month, I'm not going to ask you about it. But about 10 months later, we're probably done. Okay, so the good news is you can control how those dollars come out or don't come out. But again, the bad news is you got to watch it, right? Because you can spend through it. So you have to know what your situation looks like, or you have to know yourself well enough to know how you want to spend those dollars. We're also here to help you with that. Okay, questions? Yep. Still 59.5 for regular withdrawal. My brain was computing. So a couple of things. There have been some changes in your plan. If you are 59.5 and you are working for the state, you are eligible to take distributions in service. Now, I didn't get to make this decision. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not super crazy about it, because as a retirement advisor, I see an awful lot of folks who are woefully underprepared for retirement. So I'm not super crazy about folks taking money out of their Hoosier Start account while they are still working. So I'm going to answer that a couple different ways. If you are 59.5 now and you are still working, you can take money out of your Hoosier Start account. And there's a limit on how many you can take. I think it's 2 a year. It's a new clause in the plan. The other answer to that question is if you are younger than 59.5 and you are leaving state employment, there is no 10% penalty for early withdrawal. Okay, let me say that again. If you are leaving state employment before 59.5 and you take money out of your Hoosier Start account, There is no 10% penalty. Does that get questions? Okay, here's why this is important. And you're gonna, now this is how I know it takes an hour, because I start talking. So here's what I'm gonna tell you. If you are leaving the state before 59 and a half, and you are considering moving your Hoosier Start account to a private advisor into an IRA, rethink that decision. If you move your dollars from Hoosier Start into an IRA before 59 and a half, and you have to take money out of that IRA, you will now have a 10% penalty. Okay, so there are some things to think about. And when I tell you that you can leave your Hoosier Start account here, I know I was joking about it when I first got up here, but in all seriousness, sometimes it's the easiest thing to do until you get your feet under you and figure out what you want to do. You have so many decisions that need to be made in order for you to seamlessly move into retirement, and it's overwhelming. I know it's overwhelming because I've done it with family members multiple times, okay? Not alone, not to mention state employees. So I know that there is a lot that goes into it. So sometimes leaving it here with Hoosier Start is the easiest thing to do. You can always move it later if somebody promises you a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, okay? Yes, sir. Ooh, great question. So the question is, if you leave your Hoosier Start account where it is, you leave state employment, you can take money out. Can you put money in? Yes and no. The only way to get money into the account is through payroll deduction or a rollover. So if, for example, you are leaving state employment and you have income from another source, it cannot be pension, earned income. So if you're doing consulting work or you go to work part-time somewhere and you are either contributing to a traditional IRA or another employer plan. My usual example is if you go be a barista at Starbucks, it's just an example, and you start contributing to their 401k. If you leave that employer, those dollars can roll back to Hoosier Start. So you can always use Hoosier Start as home base, but you cannot write a check and make deposits into your Hoosier Start account. Has to come from payroll or from outside retirement accounts. Okay. Yes, sir. If you reach retirement age and you take your Hoosier Start account and you move it to an IRA, are you penalized? You're not penalized on our end, and it is a rollover from a government 457, which is your Hoosier Start account, into an IRA. I would just caution you at what age you're doing so, because if it's before 59 and a half, you're not going to be penalized to move it. But if you're younger than 59 and a half and then go to take money out of the IRA, you will be penalized. So if you leave the state at, I'll just do 55. Everybody's familiar with rule of 85, right? We'll just use it as an example. If you're 55 and you're leaving the state and you take your Hoosier Start account and move it to a traditional IRA, for example, and you need to take money out of that IRA before you're 59 and a half, you will be penalized by the IRS, 10%. Okay, so you may want to consider leaving it in the Hoosier Start account until at least 59 and a half, until that 10% penalty goes away. Okay, did that bring up more questions? Yes, sir. Yeah, whenever the question starts with at Empower, I always get nervous. So here's what I would tell you. The comment is through the Empower Retirement portal, through the online interface, you could do some calculations that would allow you to estimate how much you could expect to receive on a monthly basis. There are similar tools in Nationwide. They are not as detailed as Empower. And for those of you that know me, I'm pretty straightforward. I don't mince words very well. Funny, my son's girlfriend has told me that I'm very direct. So okay. So I have told her deal with any, no. So So with that being said, it's not against Nationwide, it's just different. So Empowers was a little bit more detailed. Nationwide's is not quite as detailed, but if you have not already, there is a My Interactive Retirement Planner on the Nationwide site that will allow you to put in outside assets, pension, Social Security. Okay. Specific to Hoosier Start. Yep. Will you just raise your hand toward the end because you're going to be my reminder for something at the end. Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Any other questions? See how this turns interactive? Okay. Anything else? Not right now. Oh, yes. Greg, it's like I planted you. Okay, so the question is, can you roll an outside IRA into Hoosier Start? Absolutely. If you have a traditional IRA, the only exclusion to that is a Roth IRA. If you own a Roth IRA at a bank or a brokerage firm, the IRS will not allow you to move that into your employer-sponsored plan, Hoosier Start. If you have traditional IRAs, you can absolutely do that. The other account that is up for rollover is your defined contribution / annuity savings account with NPERS. Okay, we've already talked about the fact, I know that NPERS talked to you this morning or this afternoon about what you can do with that account. You can move your annuity savings account or your defined contribution account to Hoosier Start as well. The point I want to make about the traditional IRA rollover, for any of you who are considering working later in life, okay, voluntary or otherwise, we're going to get into RMDs here in a minute, but there is what's called a required minimum distribution. If you have stopped working and attain the age of 72, there is a minimum amount that you have to take out of your retirement accounts, okay? If you are considering working later in life and you pass the age of 72 and are still working, you will have to take money out of the IRAs, but not out of Hoosier Start. So there is a benefit to consolidating your IRAs into Hoosier Start if you are going to work later, because you will not have to take the RMDs if we put it under the Hoosier Start umbrella. Does that bring up questions? Okay. Tell me again. No, let me clarify. The comment was there's no RMD for Hoosier Start. There is an RMD for Hoosier Start. So let's talk about RMD for just a moment. Required minimum distribution. The IRS wants some of their taxes back, okay? You have theoretically been putting money into your Hoosier Start account all these years. And theoretically, if it's all in the before tax bucket, you have not paid taxes on it yet. At the age of 72, the IRS is going to dictate that you start taking a withdrawal so that they can get some of their taxes back. Okay. So to your point, there is an RMD on Hoosier Start. There will be an RMD on your defined contribution account with NPERS. There will be an RMD on any traditional IRAs. You are exempt from taking it if you are still working at 72 or beyond. But when you stop working, you will have to start taking that. On that note, let's talk about RMDs. RMDs are a big deal because if you don't take it, the current, as I stand here today, the current penalty for not taking it is 50% of what you were supposed to take. And that usually gets a response. So the average amount, just for easy math today, you need to take about 4%. It's not exactly that. It's based on a mortality table. The IRS doesn't make it easy, but just for easy math, it's 4%. So if you have a $100,000 account, you should expect to have to take around $4,000, okay? If they catch you and you don't take it, the penalty is $2,000, okay? I'd rather just take the money out and pay the taxes than pay them $2,000. Okay, now there is some legislation on the table that may change that. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole today because it's not passed and it's not out there yet, but there is some legislation that could change that may reduce that penalty, and they may change the age as well, but I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Okay. Okay. Other questions? Where are you? Yes. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. There were two. Yes, sir. Is it so much per year? Yes, the RMD, if you stop working currently, the RMD age begins at 72. and it is every year thereafter, roughly. Now, that percentage changes because it's based on mortality, so it will be a different amount year over year. But again, for easy math, I just do 4%. Okay, yes, sir. Uh-huh. Beneficiaries. Oh, good question. Okay, so here's what I tell people. Some of the questions that we talk about today are kind of what I call crystal ball questions. I'm not a tax advisor. I'm not a legal advisor. I know enough to be dangerously helpful in those two areas, okay? My area is financial planning and retirement help, okay? So here's what I'm gonna tell you. There are any number of rules and regulations regarding how and when your beneficiaries may be required to take your dollars. It's dependent on the relationship to you. It's dependent on your age when you pass. It's also dependent on legislation at that time. So I'm not going to answer that across the board because A, it could change tomorrow. And B, I don't know enough about your situation, nor do I want to answer it in a general group. So what I would tell you on that note, again, almost like he was planted, I will ask several things of you today. The first one of which is, please, if you do nothing else after our meeting today, go into your account and check your beneficiaries, okay? Retirement accounts are treated completely different in the eyes of the court or in the event of death than checking, savings, or other assets that you may have. Retirement accounts are treated completely different. So it is vital that you check your beneficiaries, make sure they are there, and make sure that they are who you intend, okay? Every advisor out there has horror stories. I'm dealing with one right now. Unfortunately, I have a state police officer who lost his spouse, who is also an officer, and he cannot access her account because she did not name him, okay? It's not us, it's not them. It's just a terrible situation all the way around. So what I can only encourage you is please, please, please check your beneficiaries, okay? If you have not been in your Nationwide account, HoosierStartNationwide.com will get you there. If you do not know your account number in order to get a login, email me. Name, last four of your social, date of birth. I will send you your account number. You can check your beneficiaries, or at that point, I'll check them for you. Okay. But please, please, please do that. Please do not. It is a selfless act on your part to name your beneficiaries so that your family does not have to wonder or wait to be able to get to your dollars. Yes, ma'am. I love this question. I wait the whole hour for somebody to ask this question. Okay, this is my only joke. So her question is, can her husband's IRA that's in his name be rolled over into your account? Yes, the answer is no, till death do you part, except retirement accounts. Okay, okay. So in all seriousness, no, the IRS is very strict about individual retirement accounts. Individual, his name. They have to remain in his name. Okay, I have had people try to argue with me that they have an IRA that's joint. You don't. You just don't. I'm just telling you, you don't. So individual retirement account, one person, and if it's in his name, it will have to remain in his name. The only way you could potentially consolidate them is you would have to cash everything, which means you're going to be taxed accordingly. That's not typically your best bet, just to get names on it. So in theory, what you're going to want to do is make sure that you presumably are the beneficiary on his account and vice versa. Okay. Okay. What else does that bring up? Yep. Bless you. Tell me again. Working at 72. If you are still considered an active state employee at 72, meaning you are still earning an income and state personnel still has you listed as an active employee, then as far as we're concerned, you would be exempt from taking that RMD. If state personnel has you listed as terminated, which isn't a negative, by the way, that's just how they list it. Terminated, because they can't put retired. So if they have you as terminated and you're doing consulting work, or you've come back part-time in a different capacity, but they still show you as terminated, then that is not considered active and you would be subject to the RMD. Okay. Okay. What else does that bring up? Yes, sir. Is anybody going to notify you that you owe money on an RMD? So let me answer that a different way. What I will tell you is if you have the account with Hoosier Start, Nationwide is going to send you a letter the year that you turn 72 and every year thereafter and tell you what they expect your RMD to be. By the way, it is based on the December 31st value of the previous year, which is why we can calculate the amount. If you notify Nationwide that you are still working, then you don't have to take the RMD. Okay, that's the first answer. If you are not working and you want Nationwide to send you the RMD as they have it calculated, you just sign the form, they'll send you the RMD, okay? The answer to the other part of that question is anybody going to notify you that you didn't take it? If you have IRAs outside of Hoosier Start or you own accounts elsewhere that are subject to RMDs, obviously we don't know that. So it's either going to be up to that entity that has those accounts to babysit that, help you babysit those, or it is up to you. Coming from the banking environment, I spent almost 20 years in banking. The banks don't notify you typically. Now, if that's changed, I don't know that. But in years past, it was up to you to take the required minimum distribution by the appropriate time. Okay, does that answer? Okay. What else? Yep. Okay, go. If you are still working for the state, do you want me to write it and sign it? I think you want me to write it and sign it. Okay, so if you are still working for the state at 72, you do not have to take an RMD out of your Hoosier Start account nor your NPERS account. If you're still working for the state at 72, we need to talk about some other things. Anyway, okay. But remember, if you have traditional IRAs outside or you have other retirement accounts outside of the state, those are not exempt, which is why it can be beneficial to start consolidating. Okay, does that make sense? We good? Okay, we're going to go down a rabbit hole because we got completely sidetracked here. Couple of things that I want to recap. You've probably heard these today already. Age 50 catch up. These numbers are wrong. I know I'm on video this afternoon, so these numbers are wrong. These are 2022 numbers. They are different for 2023. As far as I'm concerned, we're talking about 23 right now, okay? 2023 numbers, make note of these numbers, please. If you are interested in if you are interested in maxing out your contributions, the new contribution limits for 2023, 22,500 if you are under 50. 30,000 if you are over 50. Questions? That was easy. Okay, there is also what we call special catch-up. Okay, 22,500 is the limit if you are under 50, $30,000 is the limit if you are over 50, and you have not had to make any special declarations. Just by virtue of the fact that you have attained your 50th birthday or higher, you can contribute $30,000. If you find yourself in a situation where you want to contribute more than $30,000, there is what's called a special catch-up provision in a 457. Okay, everybody ready? Buckled up? If you are within 3 years of normal retirement eligibility, you do not have to declare a retirement date or age with NPERS, with the state, with your department. You will only have to be eligible to retire through the NPERS system. And you are going to tell the IRS that you are eligible to contribute, or excuse me, eligible to retire. And the 3 preceding calendar years, you can do double the standard contribution. So for 2023, that number is 45,000. Okay. Those are huge numbers, and I know that, but I need to touch on it because this is a pre-retirement seminar, okay? I would not have this conversation with a lot of new folks who are 30 and under, right? Because they wouldn't be eligible. Folks that are within 3 years of being eligible for normal retirement benefits can declare special catch-up. It is a 3 calendar year clock. We are coming into January. That's one reason it's a good time to talk about it in December. Any changes that you make to your contribution now will take effect in January. So if anyone is interested in special catch-up, see me separately. I'm happy to answer questions, but it is dependent on your situation. And we are going back in time and looking at any years that you did not contribute the maximum. And the IRS gives you a one-time 3 calendar year catch-up provision to go back and pick up any of those years that you didn't contribute the maximum. Clear as mud, right? Okay, questions? Yep. Why would it be a good idea to do special catch-up at 62? The more, in my opinion, the more you can shove in your retirement account, the better. If you're doing it on a before tax basis, you are reducing your taxable liability in the year that you are contributing it. If you are doing it on a Roth basis, it's not affecting your taxes today, but you are shoving a large sum in a Roth account that will then grow tax-free. Those are the 2 initial benefits that I can think of, right? On that note, for those of you, just to restate the question, why would it be a good idea to contribute those amounts? Let's take the amount off of it for a minute. Let's just talk about why it's a good idea to contribute at all. Okay. I tell this story all the time, and Janet hears me say, I tell the story every Monday in the new employee orientation, and I tell every group. I still get goosebumps to this day. I met with a gentleman when I got here 10 years ago. He had been with the state for 40 years. That, for those of you that followed the math with NPERS this morning, that means that he was going to get a pension that was going to replace 44% of his income. For those of you that know Social Security, because I'm ahead of myself, the maximum Social Security benefit is 70. So he's going to have a 44% pension. He was going to max out his Social Security benefit. I could see his account. He had over 7 figures in his Hoosier Start account. He shared with me that he had IRAs outside of the state. He looked me dead in the eye across the table and he said, Kim, if I knew then what I knew now, I would save $10 more pay. Okay. He won. Like I was floored. He should have been racing across the finish line into the arms of his family with a cake and a celebration, right? And he was still worried that it wasn't enough. It taught me a very valuable lesson that day because it became very apparent to me that it never feels comfortable no matter how much is there. So to your point, even if we take off the amount that's in there, saving more is to your benefit. It doesn't help me, it helps you. Okay, so any amount that you can save towards your retirement, I don't care if you're 3 to 5 years out or if you're 3 months out. Okay, 3 months is questionable, but if you're within a reasonable amount of time before retirement, any money that you can shove in your retirement account is to your benefit. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, I'm gonna go down one more. Oh, yes, sir. Wait, hold on. Just, yes, sir. The money that is going into your Hoosier Start account, in terms of the 22,500 or the 30,000 or the 45,000, all of that has to come from payroll. Has to come from your biweekly paycheck. The state allows you to go up to 90% of your payroll into Hoosier Start until you reach the IRS maximum or the special declaration amount. Okay, yes, ma'am. Same question. Okay. Anything else? Not yet? Yep. Okay. I spend so much time trying to explain that to folks. I'm so glad you said it that way. Okay, so his scenario is you have an inherited amount of money. We'll take lottery, inherit, whatever you want to call it. You have a sum of money that you want to funnel through your Hoosier Start account for any number of reasons, okay? The only way to do it is to increase your contributions up to 90%. That's the maximum. It doesn't have to be that amount, but up to that amount. And then as your payroll is short, you can always go get the inherited money to supplement your budget. So it is a 2-step process. You cannot write me a check. You can't write Hoosier Start a check either, but you can't write a check into the account, but you can do it through payroll deduction up to 90%, either up to the IRS limits or the special catch-up amount. Okay, good. Okay, you can change your contribution amount anytime. Let's talk about one more thing. I never know where everybody's at when it comes to investments. I don't know if you've noticed, but the market's a little volatile these days. Here's what I want to share with you. Please, please check your investments, see where you're at, make sure they are appropriate. Try your very, very best not to react emotionally. Okay. I have been an advisor in some capacity and or in finance in some capacity for almost, well, gosh, no, almost over 30 years. Wow. A lot of years. And I will tell you, even as an advisor, I don't like seeing my statement go down. Intellectually, I know it's supposed to happen and that it is part of the normal business cycle. And when I step back and look at it intellectually, I understand that. Doesn't make me not clench when I see my balance drop. Okay, but you have to remember something for me. Most of you are targeting a retirement date or age. Okay, it is a fallacy when I'm in the field that people say to me, well, I'm going to retire at 65, so I can't afford for my money to be invested. Okay, you are assuming in that scenario that when you leave at 65, it is the end of your investing life. It is not. Okay. These dollars need to last you sometimes 20, sometimes 30 years. My grandmothers were 95 and 97, and they won. They beat the system, right? My grandmother was born in 1911. It was not expected that she would live to be 97 years old, but she did. Our life expectancies are much, much longer than they were decades ago. So gone is the old adage of, well, I'm getting ready to retire. I need to be super conservative, because if you have a long life expectancy ahead of you, or we are planning for a long life expectancy, then you can't afford to get too conservative too early, because inflation will beat you up. Okay. I cannot tell you legally how to invest your dollars. I just want you to know that there are some philosophies out there that have changed, and some of those old adages that we used to go by are no longer valid. So you have to be mindful of the fact that you are just targeting a retirement date. It is a marker in time. It will feel like the biggest thing that has happened to you to date. It is a huge decision. We've already talked about everything that goes into making that decision. But remember, once you get 10 years past retirement, it's just a blip on the radar, right? So don't make decisions based on something that's happening at one point in time when there's a whole nother lifetime beyond that, okay? Wow, that was preachy. Okay, so the other thing that I will share with you is this. As the market is volatile, there is no better time to invest more dollars. And part of the reason for that is there is some misinformation out there, or some misunderstanding that when you put money into an investment account and it's going down, that you're just pouring money into a bucket with a hole in it. But you are actually buying shares of the underlying investments. And when you are buying shares and the price is lower, that means you buy more shares. Okay, so just like gasoline 2.5 years ago in 2020, when we could buy gas for $1.89, if I filled my tank with $50, I could buy more than 26 gallons of gas. $50 today, let's go $4, easy math. I can only buy 12.5 gallons. When the market goes down, your shares are on sale. They are cheap, which means the more money you put in, the more shares you can buy, and nobody can take the shares away from you. You always own the shares. Okay, so don't be fearful of putting more money in it when the market is volatile. Don't be fearful of making sure that your investments are appropriate. Be mindful of not getting too conservative too early, because you are targeting a retirement age. Remember that there's a whole nother lifetime beyond that in most cases. Okay, make sense? Wow, whew, rabbit holes. 62 is your early Social Security. I know that you all talked about that this morning. 65 to 67 is your full Social Security age. I also know that you heard from Medicare this afternoon or this morning, and 65 is Medicare age. I know this is where it gets confusing. Medicare 65, full Social Security is 66 to 67. Your retirement benefits through the state can be as young as 55. My goodness, there's so many things to think about, right? We are happy to help you. We will schedule some time virtually. I also have a full team of retirement specialists situated throughout the state. So if you need to meet in person, we can make arrangements to do that. 70 is your latest social security benefit. It is never to, I shouldn't say never, never say never. It is almost never to your benefit to wait until after 70 to draw your benefits. It's never going to go up after that. If you're over 70 and you have not collected your benefits, we should probably talk about that, because at a minimum, you start collecting your benefits and you can shove more through your retirement account to reduce your taxes. Okay. 72 is your RMD, and we've already talked about that. Okay. All right. 402, 403. Questions? Yes, thank you. Perfect. Gentleman reminded me, and he's so good. Okay, so I unfortunately do not, there's my information. For those of you that know me, this is new contact information. For those of you that know me, I used to say with Empower, don't forget the E in Kimberly. They took out the E in Rumpel. I can't win. There's either no E or an extra E. So keep in mind, there's no E in Rumpel. So the reminder is we have a team of 6 retirement specialists in the field to help you. None of us are commission or bonus. We're all here as part of the nationwide contract to provide education services and retirement reviews for all of you at your time and at your discretion. We've been very successful with our virtual Teams meetings. I can share my screen. You can share yours. You may or may not get to see me. It depends on if my hair's in a ponytail that day. But the reason I asked for the reminder is, as part of the new nationwide contract, nationwide bid with an extra position. And we have a gentleman by the name of Mark Gregoire. He couldn't join me this afternoon. He's been following me around to some of the meetings to introduce himself. But Mark Gregoire and I, we've forged a wonderful working bond, and he's a very knowledgeable gentleman. He is a personal retirement consultant. And Mark is there to do a much, much deeper dive into a retirement analysis if you need that. Okay, so if you find yourself in a situation where you have what you believe to be a complex retirement situation, spousal information, spousal accounts, Social Security, Medicare, life insurance, long-term care, all of the things that you've talked about today, if we need Mark involved to do a very high level, very detailed, I shouldn't say high level, a very detailed retirement analysis, we will get Mark involved. Here's the nice part. There's no fee to meet with him. You guys are going to be inundated with flyers and phone calls and marketing, because you've reached a magical age where you're going to be retiring, and every advisor in the world is going to want to talk to you because they want your dollars. They want to charge you for their services, and they want to sell you product. Mark's services are in no way tied to product. He is not able to sell you anything, but he is available to do an in-depth retirement analysis for you and or a spouse. What I would ask of you is please reach out to either myself or someone on my team. Let us, as a retirement specialist, vet some of those questions for you and make sure that Mark's services are a good fit. We don't keep him in a cage and only get him out on special occasions, but I want to make sure that it's a good fit, because there is some legwork involved if we're going to use his services. We need statements, we need Social Security information for you and a spouse, we need life insurance information, we need all the good stuff, right, in order to get the best use of his time. So a lot of times there's some things that we can answer that we may be able to go through with the tools that we have at our disposal. But if those are not enough and we have a much more complex situation, we have an extra tool in our arsenal, and we can get Mark out of his cage and he can help you out. Okay. Okay. Anything else? I got plenty of time for questions. Nothing really? Thank you. Okay. Email me with questions. I am available. Even though my phone number is up here, please email me first. I don't get to my phone. I've got 2 more voicemails, and the gentleman said I haven't heard from you. I know, I'm trying. So if you leave me a voicemail, you may not get a call till Friday, but if you email me, I will see that in between meetings. So if you need my attention, shoot me an email. Okay. Thank you very much.
Do you want to use the podium? Do you want to use the handheld? Do you want to use this one? All right. We just ask that if you receive any questions from the audience, if you repeat the question.
Okay.
For the video. Yes. Oh yeah, there you go.
that in my pocket. Front pocket? Is it on?
She probably turned it off.
Stop there.
Five.
Okay,
All right, awesome.
so you got the PowerPoint? Yeah.
Yeah, I'll go. This is your,
Oh, that's right. Good afternoon. I'm Don Hopper. I'm an attorney with Harrison Mobley here in Indianapolis. I used to work for the state. I was head of inheritance tax until they repealed the tax, and then I had to figure out what I was going to do the next chapter of my life. So I've been in your seat going to these seminars. So now probably it's the last thing you want to do is today, a long day, is listen to an attorney at the end of the day. But I had a prior commitment this morning, and we had to make a little bit of change. So you got me. Okay, this is going to be a quicker presentation, so I'm going to skip through some things, but here's the basic things that I want you to kind of walk away with. For you to have a better understanding about your assets and how you own them, why you should do estate planning, ways to simplify your estate planning, and then we'll walk through the legal documents that are commonly used in estate planning. It's another way of saying the same thing. And when you are transferring assets at your death, you're going to have assets in one of four buckets. First is probate assets. Probate assets are assets that are solely in your name, not joint with somebody else. It's solely in your name. And in order to get those assets transferred to the people you want, typically you have to go through a probate process to do that through the court. Okay, trust assets, though, that would be an agreement that you can set up during your lifetime and have access to the funds, particularly after you or when you retire, and or it can provide for transfer of assets to a spouse or loved ones. So trust assets. Third are contractual assets. Those would be contracts like life insurance, a lot of the bank accounts, IRAs, all those are what I consider contractual assets. It's a contract that you've entered into sometime in your lifetime, and you can designate specific beneficiaries, which is a good thing. And then there's joint assets, property you may own together, whether that's a joint bank account, whether that's real estate. In Indiana, we have a concept called tenants by the entireties. If a husband and wife own property together, it's considered tenants by the entireties. Now I'm gonna skip through this. I've given you a little bit of, I think if you have the handouts, you can look at this in a little bit more detail, but this is the 5 minutes I decided to get through. So why you should do estate planning. In the event of your incapacity or death, it ensures your wishes are known, respected, and followed. You make the decisions. State law doesn't make that decision for you, assuming you have a will and other documents to do that. Preparing for end of life and incapacity is another reason why you should do estate planning. Creating financial security for family members, whether that's in dividing up your estate or sometimes nominate a guardian or a minor, or if someone is disabled, you can designate to a specific trust that could be set up for the disabled relative. In the event of incapacity or death, you can provide for family members who have special needs, disabilities, and who may be on Medicaid. Distribution of your assets. If you don't make an estate plan yourself, then the state will decide for you. And that concept is called intestate succession. Intestate succession means you don't have a will. If you don't have a will, that statute in Indiana comes into effect and distributes your assets. It's a one-size-fits-all scheme, and state law determines how to distribute. And it's based on a fictional, reasonable person's plan for distribution of our assets. Here's the basic concept that's most common through intestate succession. The law says you don't have a will, so one half goes to the surviving spouse, the other half goes to children. Now, most couples don't want it that way. They want the assets to go to their spouse. And then once the spouse passes, to go to the children. So if you don't make a will, you're setting yourself up for some issues that are going to have to be dealt with, and ones that you might want to try to avoid. Intestate succession also can be expensive. If there are a number of relatives, they have to search down and try to find out who all are all those relatives. I can remember one time when I was auditing inheritance tax return, there was one intestate succession that had 66 heirs. And they had to spend a decent amount of money to a search agency to even find those. So it's important. The other issue is you don't have control. The law says this is how it goes if you don't have a will. Here's ways to simplify your estate planning. This is my goal when I help any client, is to utilize payable on death, which is POD, is the shortened version, designations for your contractual assets, whether that's bank accounts, IRAs, retirement plans, annuities, and investment accounts. I always encourage my clients to be sure that these types of assets are being paid to the people you want it to. All too often, say you're married, you get a divorce, IRA still has the former spouse on it. Guess who gets the IRA? The former spouse. Is that what you probably wanted? Maybe, likely not. Utilize transfer on death, this TOD, to transfer assets upon your death. You can even, and this law has been in effect probably a dozen years here in Indiana, you can actually do what's called a transfer on death deed and give property once you die. Used to, the common way to handle that would be to retain a life estate and a remainder to spouse, remainder to kids, that type of thing. Well, once you did that deed where you took the life estate and the remainder, you can't change your mind without all the remaindermen agreeing to it. So a transfer on death deed, you give it to yourself for your lifetime, transfer on death to specific people, okay? That can be revoked during your lifetime if you change your mind about that. That's one of the real advantages of using transfer on death. You can do that on vehicles, closely held stock, a number of things. POD and TOD can be changed while you're alive and allow you to avoid probate. Because they have designated beneficiaries, they're considered non-probate assets, meaning they don't have to go through a court process. They go based upon what the contract says and who the beneficiaries are. Here's the most common documents in an estate plan. The first three are the ones that I most commonly do: last will and testament, power of attorney, advance directive for healthcare. Additional things that can be done, certainly you can set up a trust, revocable or living trust is what they call them, during your lifetime. Oftentimes they become, once you die, they become irrevocable. But the terms of the trust distribute the assets the way that you want it to be done. Most people don't need trusts. Now, when it comes to disabled people, that's very much an exception. There's a whole segment of estate planning. A number of attorneys, they call themselves elder law specialists. And they're the ones that can set up special needs trusts for the benefit of disabled individuals, so they aren't disqualified from Medicaid if they're receiving Medicaid or will receive Medicaid. I had to go through this with a nephew who's been on Medicaid. He went into prison walking, came out of prison paraplegic. And we had to work at trying to figure out how to keep him eligible for Medicaid and yet receive assets into a trust from his grandmother that just died earlier this year. Okay, last will and testament. You appoint a personal representative to gather your assets and distribute them to your heirs. You can make specific bequests or distributions in a will. You can create a trust in a will. You can give charitable contributions through a will. You can provide for your creditors, much as you might not want to. Typically, the wills state, pay all my last debts and obligations. Then you distribute the property. You can explain your final wishes. You can make special arrangements, again, for minor children or grandchildren, nominate a guardian, and set up special needs trusts. Power of attorney. It's a written document appointing another person to act as if he or she were you. The term is attorney in fact. And that means they can handle your banking, real estate, business operation, retirement accounts, etc. Obviously, you only appoint someone as an attorney in fact to someone that you really trust, that you know would do what you want to do. You can either have broad powers or limited powers. 99% of the powers of attorney that I prepare provide for broad powers. That's allowed under Indiana law. Power of attorney, at least the way I write it, is effective upon execution. You appoint a person to be your attorney in fact, they can do it from that point forward. It could be at a designated time, whether it's you become incapacitated and a doctor certifies that. You can have then that attorney in fact has the duties to carry on while you're incapacitated. Okay, advance directive for healthcare. This is a newer Indiana law. In fact, it's going to become mandatory come January 1st of this next year, that whenever, instead of doing what we did for years as either a living will or appointment of healthcare representative, this law is taking the place of that. One of the issues with a living will was that what we found in practice was many doctors or healthcare providers would not follow that. They didn't feel they were obligated to do that. So that led to all kinds of problems. Well, believe it or not, the doctors and lawyers and healthcare people got together and worked on this health directive law. So it's something that we're all had input into and we're satisfied with what this provides. You name a person or persons you trust to make your healthcare decisions. So you can state specific healthcare decisions, treatment preferences, including preferences for life prolonging procedures or palliative care, and final disposition or burial decisions. Those are kind of broader powers that weren't in kind of the law prior to that without specifically stating those. So it's very much an improvement. Gives you the decisions to make during your lifetime instead of being in the hospital and unable to express your wishes, you can state those before. I can remember sitting down with my mother-in-law, who just passed away earlier this year, probably 6 years ago, trying to walk her through some of the decisions. What would you like, Rosie, as far as end of life? Well, you know, a lot of people, they don't even want to think about end of life, let alone talk about it. But with her, it was like pulling teeth trying to, you know, get her to make a decision. In fact, at one point she said, well, Don, just you and Anita, her daughter, my wife, you just make the decision for me. Well, yeah, we would, because we were named as her healthcare representatives, but we'd rather do what she wanted. In fact, one of the issues was, okay, do you have an open casket? Do you cremation? Here's the choices. And that was one that she wanted to leave up to Anita and I. And finally, maybe 6 months before she passed, she and Anita had a conversation and she said, I want to be cremated. So, you know, when she was on hospice, I contacted funeral home where we all grew up and made the arrangements before she even passed, and including cremation services. So those are decisions that really need to matter. So trust ownership, trust, you put specific property into a trust, and actually the same person can be the trustee, the settlor, and the beneficiary. Those are obviously legal terms, but often with a revocable trust, the person is the settlor, the one that sets it up, trustee, and they can be beneficiaries of income from the assets or the assets themselves. A living trust is created during a person's lifetime. Testamentary trust is created by a will and takes effect at death. The testamentary trust used to be, probably for 40, 50 years, was the most common kind of trust. My father-in-law died in 1996. In his will, he had a testamentary trust. And and as well as my mother-in-law. And I'm the one that's, of course, the personal representative trustee in the estate. And most financial institutions, they don't understand about a testamentary trust. All they know about is a revocable trust. So they want to know, well, where's the trust documents? Well, the terms are in the will or the codicil and the codicil. And I went round and round with them and, you know, finally got it through their heads what I was talking about. So now I was patient. I didn't yell at them. Not that I didn't want to. I did accuse Chase Bank of trying to hold part of my wife's inheritance as hostage because they wouldn't let me access the account even though I'd set it up. So Chase, I don't know if you have accounts at Chase. We do. But I'll tell you, in the estate planning community, Chase it's not a very favorable financial institution to deal with at the end of death or someone's death. Okay, trust can be revocable or irrevocable. The benefits of having trust is you can manage assets for the benefit of an incapacitated or special needs individual. You can protect assets. And of course, the biggest benefit is if you have a trust, you avoid probate. And I'm talking about more of a revocable trust that you set up during your lifetime. And it also protects assets passing to children of a prior marriage. So sometimes that becomes an issue when, whether it's divorces or spouse dies and surviving spouse remarries. Okay, what about those assets in the new marriage and who do they go to? Can get a little sticky. Here's some questions about trust. Trusts are pretty complex. I've seen 3-ring notebooks about that thick, and the normal common person just would have trouble trying to understand and keep track of what they're talking about there. I'm an attorney and I have had trouble trying to understand what they were talking about. As I said earlier, I think most trusts are unnecessary for many people. And they can be expensive. A typical estate plan, if we're doing the 3 documents, the will, power of attorney, healthcare directive, probably is going to range anywhere from, depending on the attorney you go to, $400 or $500, maybe up to $1,000, $1,200 for a couple. So keep that in mind. However, if you want a trust, you're probably talking $3,000 to $5,000 more for that. So that's why I say they're expensive. And there is a form that Indiana State Board of Health has put out. It's called Physician's Orders for Scope of Treatment, called a POST form. So this is when a person is at near the end of their life and a doctor certifies that they probably won't live more than a year. And then they can make decisions and directions about the type of care they want while they're still alive. So, okay. Here's some closing thoughts. Take care of important papers. Ensure that the documents are correct: names, dates, amounts, designated beneficiaries. Keep them in a safe place. Lockbox at a financial institution, fireproof and floodproof safe. If the safe is locked, make sure the key is available. Sometimes that's a problem. You got to call a locksmith to get into a safe. For many years, attorneys had what they call will vaults. The attorneys, after the clients would execute them, they'd package them neatly and put them in a safe in their law office. And that some still do that. But the practice that I use, and most attorneys that I know, estate planning attorneys, is you give the original documents to the person who executed them. And I keep digital copies, but they're not signed copies. So that's what I would recommend. Final thoughts. Every situation in a state is different. Your estate plan should be tailored to your unique situation and desires. Seek an attorney who specializes in estate planning. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask what they will charge for your estate plan and what will that include. Be cautious of solicitors and free seminars sponsored by individuals and or companies that financially benefit from your estate planning choices. If you've taken the STAR, you've probably seen a number of those ads through the years, and I would say for the most part, be very careful about, it's good maybe to attend a seminar and learn just like we're doing today, but at the same time, they can charge some pretty good fees if you decide to go with them, and likely they're going to recommend a trust as a part of it. So any questions? Yes. It will be, will a living will be recognized next year? The answer is yes, it will, if it's been executed prior. But moving forward, starting January 1st, 2023, no, if they're executed then, they will not be effective. Yes, most do, even though sometimes it's a trickle-down effect and understanding that. Yes, they can change their mind once they're in the hospital, even though they've executed a living will. Well, I'd say we're wanting the individual to make those choices ahead of time and or appoint someone to make those decisions if the person is unable to do that. And yeah, those are hard decisions. I've been through it too many times. And I was a pastor for 25 years and held the hands of people suffering and heading into the next world. So, did you have a question? It is, yes. I would say what's called a general power of attorney, no. Now you can have more specific powers of attorney that somebody can execute real estate closing documents. That's very specific. But as with a general, typically no. Now you can name more than one person as the attorney in fact in a power of attorney. Does that answer your question about? Okay. Yes. It's called Indiana Physician's Order for Scope of Treatment. It's called the POST form. Not necessarily. I mean, I think that you can go on the website that I listed and see what the form is. It's kind of like this form was the attempt to deal with some issues that now are more in the healthcare directive. There's same types of end of life care that people want to choose. Did you have a question?
I said, who would you recommend for like a personal representative, power of attorney? We have situation where the big family, if a family member miscarried or abused the parent or, it's hard to.
Yeah, the question is, who do you appoint as a personal representative? And certainly it has to be a person or two, and sometimes it's good to have two because there's accountability. But you want to appoint people that you know are trustworthy and are not going to take advantage or haven't taken advantage. You certainly wouldn't want to name someone who's financially taken advantage of a loved one or abused them. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay, so he confirms just what I said a little bit ago, that the medical community, EMS, he's saying, doesn't accept a living will. And again, the healthcare directive, that's going to help alleviate that issue. So, because doctors and health providers were involved in creating the law itself. So we're trying to get on the same page on these issues. Okay, I think my time, oh, there's a question back there. Okay, if you have a will, how often should you have an attorney review it? I would say generally when circumstances in your life or your family change, whether it's certainly losing a spouse, whether there's a child that passes, divorce, any kind of larger event like that is when I'd go back and ask attorney to review it or see if it needs to be updated. Okay, thank you very much. I'll be where? Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Is there something on? That's all right. Is there something online you can do a simple will? Listen, it's all over the place, okay? But let me just caution you. Every state has different laws about how to execute, for example, a will. And what if that form on that online store or business doesn't follow that? They've just got a form that covers 50 states. So it has to be really specific. So now, I've had clients who they said, Don, I've got a will, I got a power of attorney, and I just say, I'll be happy to review it, and oftentimes it's valid. You know, it's followed Indiana law. So there are options there, but two people have to witness a will. Sometimes that's not the case, so. Okay, thank you very much. You can grab me afterwards.
Thank you very much, Don.
You bet.
Well, congratulations, you made it to the end of the day. I feel like we should be rolling the credits for this long movie. It's been a pleasure spending the day with you. I wish you the best of luck in your retirement. Please, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to any of the presenters. Drive safely. Happy holidays. Thank you.